Look, I don't want to hurt you, but you're not making it easy.
We could keep at this, or we could get a drink.
Hello, everyone. That is a line from Bladerunner 2049. Well, two lines actually, but back to back. And welcome to the Cheap Seat Critics podcast, where we're covering it.
Ooh. Yeah, awesome. Hello, I am a geeky writer.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks.
And I will be hosting, as I was in Blade Runner 1, if you saw that.
Blade Runner 2019?
2019, yeah, it's technically now.
Sure. The final cut.
The final cut. It's really weird to think that we're past the incept date for the for the previous film.
We're also kind of like...
It's crazy to think that movie was a 1982, but the version we saw was made in 2007.
Yeah, there's a lot.
So it's not a different time between that one and this one, but it is. And
well, and then this one is, that over 30 years later in our time, and then 30 years later in their time. It's very, very weird. But I think they like ending with nines. Everything has to end with a 9. In the movies,
it does.
The shows get other numerals, obviously.
It's a strange aesthetic that I actually kind of like. I don't know why, it just kind of, it's pleasing to the eye to look at 2049. It's such a specific. It's such a specific year in that Yeah, go on. Yeah.
It's like on the cusp of about to be like a new decade. It's it feels like, oh man, it's really far in the future, even though it could be like 2009 or something, and you're like, so futuristic looking.
Well, they made a movie about that.
They did.
Little voodoo dolls or something.
Mm-hmm.
9, not 2009.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like I said, it just has a weird aesthetic, pleasing to the eye sort of feel to the number, because it's like having odd numbered dates that's not like the year 2000 or whatever kind of makes the date feel a little more real, almost in the same way that Halo has a bunch of like dates on their timeline that are very specific. Like the year 2531 is when the humanity first uncovers the Covenant, and then 2552 is when the games take place. So it's like having a very specific year attached gives it that almost authentic feeling of reality.
Yeah.
And I do like it. It helps.
I agree. It is, and I think especially with what you said, it makes it feel like it's more of like an actual event, or it's a specific thing, and not just And then the battles of 2030 were fought, and or some
Yeah.
Feels like, oh, okay, well, obviously not everything always happens on an even number.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Even just makes it stand out.
Yeah, it does. So I guess, do we want to go into the history we have with this movie first? Do we want to do history of the movie first? What are you guys feeling?
You're the leader here. Either works for me.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess we'll do a little bit of history of the movie, because I think I can, and some sprinkling of some facts from all of us today, because I think we all individually looked up stuff on that. So this had been in development essentially since the first one came out in 1982. There were problems with the publishing rights of Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep that made it impossible for a sequel to come out for many, many years. Ridley Scott himself had tried 2 unrealized projects, and then I don't know if it was one of the 2 or just later on a possible web series with his sons that never came about. Or with his son Luke and younger brother Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Nearly 3 decades after. Oh, no, you go.
No, I was gonna say that there's a lot of projects that go through that just constant overhaul, and I'm kind of, and it's very. I don't know what Ridley Scott's original vision would have been for the sequel, but I do like Denis Villeneuve's vision,
Yes.
so I'm not displeased with what we were given for sure at all.
Yeah.
No.
Nearly 3 decades after the film's original release, Alcon Entertainment decided to buy out the intellectual property from I believe, the original producer, Bud Yorkin, and decided to. And I believe they are known mostly for doing sort of smaller scale indie projects at the time. And we're trying to make a blockbuster film to keep productions afloat for later years. And an interesting thing, which I can kind of see, but I don't know if I would have liked it as much as I like this version. Originally, their idea for the director was Christopher Nolan.
Oh,
That would have been interesting.
That would have been interesting.
I mean, not to compare the two directors because they're both very, very different, but they both have very, very amazing artistic vision when it comes to like the visuals of their films. And this for me put Denis Villeneuve on the map because I didn't know Denis Villeneuve all that well before this film.
Same.
I'm as much as I would be interested to see what Christopher Nolan would have done. I'm very happy Denis Villeneuve got the opportunity.
Yeah. Nolan did say, however, he never planned to direct, but he was a huge admirer of the Blade Runner franchise. And after him, Ridley Scott was signed on to direct. However, his project Alien Covenant took precedence, and he retained only partial oversight as an executive producer. And I believe he's uncredited, but I do believe he helped write or rewrite aspects of the screenplay.
Interesting. Good.
And,
I wouldn't be surprised though.
Yeah. And obviously, as we can see, the final product went to Denis Villeneuve.
I pronounce it Denny just because of all the interviews.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, Denny. 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 And interesting fact here for Sprinks.
Oh boy.
A scene from Steven Spielberg's Ready Player One, set in Blade Runner's universe, was excluded from the film's finished cut. Spielberg had sought copyright approval during the filming of Blade Runner 2049. However, the Alcon producers refused, as they feared explicit reference would affect their commercial prospects. And unfortunately, I don't think they were right. I don't think that affected it whatsoever.
That would have been really cool.
Yes.
Also, it would have fit in the Oasis so well.
Actually, yeah, that would be interesting. I'd be curious to see what that would have turned into.
That's where they should have had like probably the Ogden Morrow party. Well, actually, it wasn't. No, it was just the. In the book, it's the Ogden Morrow's birthday party, but in the movie, it's just the globe, the Gravity Globe Club.
There's a lot more. There's a lot more production stuff. I'll just touch on 2 more things, then we can do our facts. Originally, Villeneuve considered David Bowie for the part of Wallace, Neander Wallace, which I would have been a huge fan of.
You know what? Bowie. Definitely inspired by the Labyrinth, but I can actually see him in the role for that.
Look, no offense to Jared Leto, but that David Bowie would have been way better.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, David Bowie died before filming began.
Damn.
And instead we went with Jared Leto, which I will say this is probably one of my favorite roles he's done, but he's only on screen for probably about 5 minutes, and he's just really weird in general, so it fits. And lastly, the cinematography was done by Roger Deakins masterfully. I think he's probably one of the best cinematographers in the biz currently.
He's also done Dune and the Batman, right?
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, he did.
He's also done Rogue One. Yeah, I know his work. Yeah. I know his work now just by virtue of what I'm seeing, because that's how familiar I am with him. Because he's that like genius work, I guess.
Yeah.
He also did Shawshank Redemption.
Oh yeah. That's what I looked up. This was his first. This movie was the first one he worked on that he got an Academy Award for. which amazed me because he's been in the business and done like huge movies before that.
Honestly, man, he really is at the top of his game right now with even like all the AAA stuff that he's doing. They're all like visionarily stunning.
Mm-hmm.
So
and to exercise full artistic control of his shoots. I didn't know this, and I thought this was fucking amazing and mind-boggling when I found this out. The extent of his oversight meant a single camera setup. So all of it is one camera, and I believe he did pretty much all of it himself.
That's awesome.
And
that's mad respect.
Studio line producer request for a 9-camera setup because he firmly believes said technique would yield sloppy camera work.
You know what? Mad respect. I love it.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
There's probably less though actually probably takes a little work off of editing floor. To use like what angle to go with. There's only one angle to use.
Yeah, it also forces people who are doing the storyboarding to really nail down what they want to do because they have only the one camera.
I will say that that's another thing I like about this movie is it's very direct. Like the scenes feel perfectly like giving everything you need to know in that shot. There's no kind of it's all beautifully done.
Yeah, I have nothing but praise for the visuals in this movie. I think there's only one that looked kind of off to me in the whole almost 3-hour movie. Yeah. So, having like 1 or 2 seconds that felt off in a 3-hour movie, you did a fucking great job.
Yeah. This is probably up there with one of my favorite cinematography based movies. It's pretty fantastic.
Yes, I concur.
That's the last I have for production stuff. I know you guys have some facts if you want to put those in before we get down to business.
I have only just the one Sprink, so if you got more than one, feel free to throw some out onto the floor.
Well, I have 2 that are like for sure, and then one I noticed that I couldn't find any truth behind.
Well, go on.
The first one is the first letter of the names of each of the wooden animals that Deckard carved in the film. So there's a rhino, an antelope, a cat, the horse, an elephant, and a lion. All spell out Rachel.
Ooh, that's a nice Easter egg. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
The other one was the opening line of Deckard. His first words are, "You mightn't happen to have a piece of cheese about you," which I thought was very odd to be in. And then he says, it's from Treasure Island, which is fine. The connection to the reason why it's in here is in a deleted scene from Bladerunner back in 1982. Deckard visits Dave Holden in the hospital and finds him reading a copy of Treasure Island. And that was the connection supposed to be made there.
Yeah.
Which could be in one of those, 5 different
versions.
But it does say in the fact that I found a deleted scene.
I think it also shows that they did their research because they know that Blade Runner 2019 has aged fairly well, but again, it's more of a cult following film. So, when you have a cult following, generally they're nerdy enough to get that reference.
Yeah.
So I think that's good on their part that it's, it wasn't necessarily needed for the film, but they kept it surface level enough that it wasn't overbearing. Because it still works within the context of the film too to reference Treasure Island.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, those 2 things you just said went over my head completely. Didn't catch either of those, and I didn't know anything about the deleted scene thing. And but didn't make a lick of difference.
No, and the last one I have here that, as I said, I don't know if it's true, but I noticed it about an hour into the film and just kept my eye on it for the entirety of the rest. I don't think Love blinks ever.
I remember
she never blinks.
I think I read something where she intentionally did that. Maybe I might be thinking of a different movie, but I think that was something where that was part of it.
The only time I can think where she's blinking is during the gunfight at the end. But,
obviously.
But I think you're right in most of the dialogue that she's not at all.
No, the gunfight at the end, I kept my eye open. She doesn't blink.
Oh.
When Kay comes out of the water and holds her up, her eyes are it's shot at an angle where it looks like her eyes are like half closed, but they're still open.
All right. I mean, it adds to that creepiness factor that she does have.
Yeah,
So,
it's
either
like,
way.
Well, I think when a replicant's not in hiding and can show that they are one, then they just go with the, I'm not human kind of approach.
Yeah. My only fact is actually in reference to Dave Bautista. He was, after Guardians of the Galaxy, he wasn't really being seen for. Nobody was really looking at him for serious or dramatic roles. He was afraid of getting. He was really terrified. Yeah, he was really terrified of being typecast. And originally, the idea was to have Sepper Morton be like in his 60s. At least the character, the look of him. And so he originally wasn't because he was too young. But with some makeup and some I think they said latex. They made him look older, and because of that, a lot of people started looking at him with a more interest for dramatic roles, and he's very grateful to Denis Villeneuve for giving him the opportunity.
I mean,
he certainly looked older.
Yeah, he looked. I was like, because like. That's right, guys. Like, this must have come out after, like, Guardians of the Galaxy. Obviously, he's in heavy makeup in that one. But I was like, he looks like a lot older than I remember him looking.
Yeah, I mean, like, to be fair, when I first saw this film, I was confused why he looked so old. Because again, this is just after Guardians of the Galaxy. I thought he was much younger than that. They did a good job because I legitimately thought he looked that old, or like he was that old.
I'm also I love. This is a very niche trope that I like, but I like it when characters don't have to wear glasses. I don't know if that's probably a holdover from like Clark Kent Superman or something. I just like that. So him wearing glasses was like, he doesn't have to wear glasses. It's just to make him look human.
Yeah, it helps him, it's probably
blend.
One helped with the disguise, one, and two, it helps him, it's probably just habit. At that point, He's been doing it for so long to just add that human aspect that he just does it, even when he knows that the other person doesn't think he's human.
That's it for the facts. I think we'll go into our history. Ryder, do you want to start? Because I'm sure you probably have the most out of the three of us.
Surprisingly, I wouldn't be surprised. So I think I already said this is how I discovered who Denis Villeneuve was. I heard this movie was coming out. I saw the trailer. I'm like, oh, off, and because I think I said that this happened to be coming out the same year I was in my sci-fi class for where I was pretty much, it was assigned to watch Bladerunner, the final cut of the original. So I'm like, well, cool. I'm gonna go do this for class, and then I'm gonna go to the theater to watch this. I don't believe I got the chance to go to theaters, which I do regret. But I still saw this as soon as it came out, or onto digital or streaming. And I have seen it I think 6 times since then. Because I am probably this might be a hot take, but I do think this is a better film than the first one. And I think that's pretty much the basics of my history. I quite enjoy Blade Runner, and this helped me get into my cyberpunky mood for when Cyberpunk 2077 was coming out. Entirely different genre almost, but kind of the same feeling of like, finding genuine humanity and what that means. Permeates both stories as a theme, so.
I guess my history with this. I think this movie was announced and came out a few years after I'd first seen the original Blade Runner. And I was kind of already really big into that world, and so I was like super excited about it. I'm pretty sure I didn't see it in theaters. Not 100% sure on that. But once I finally saw it, and I remember like reading about it in like I'd look up articles and everything when it was coming out, and there'd always be like this thing of like, I'm sure it wasn't in any of these articles, but for a reason, the term that keeps coming in my mind is like development hell, and I was like, oh god, it might not come out, and all this other stuff, and I was, it was like, the roller coaster ride of emotions of like being excited for it and then also like not wanting to get my hopes up if it didn't come out and all this other stuff. But finally seeing it, I'm not, I might agree with Ryder a little bit. I think objectively, I think this movie is better than the first Blade Runner. But I have a lot of nostalgia for the first one. And obviously this one wouldn't exist without the first one, so you kind of have, it goes hand in hand a little bit. But I think this does a lot of this. This is a lot of the cool things that Blade Runner did without kind of some of the more, shall we say, complicated discussion matters that are kind of involved with the first one. But we'll get into that, I'm sure, later on. So I've seen this probably 4, maybe 5 times. I've showed it to a couple people. Showed it to Crimson. And out of the 2, he liked the second one better. So maybe that also adds to the objectability of it being better. But yeah, and this is definitely... This and the first Blade Runner got me into Cyberpunk. And then when Cyberpunk 2077 came out, I was super jazzed about it. We all know how that goes. So that's all I got.
I guess that leaves me for my history. So I saw Blade Runner before, like a long time ago, and I went, okay, it's okay. And because of that, it didn't really give me interest in seeing this film. So earlier this year, a couple months back, I was in talks with someone who was just like questioning me about the podcast, and it's like, "Oh, how's it going?" And I'm like, "Great." And he goes, "Oh, have you seen Blade Runner?" I'm like, "Yeah, I have. We haven't covered it yet." And he goes, "Well, have you seen 2049?" And I go, "No, I haven't." And he went, "Oh, I'll let you borrow my copy so you can watch it." I'm like, "Oh, okay." So that was the first time I watched it. I think like 4 months ago, and I enjoyed it. I remember on that viewing, though, I didn't care about anything that didn't contain Kay or Joe or Ryan Gosling's character. Anything outside of that, I'm like, I don't care about that story, and I don't know why. And I finished it going, I don't know how I fully feel about this film. I was very on the fence whether I saw it objectively good. Like I enjoyed the shots and the acting and the lighting and the sets and everything of that, but on the feeling of, do I like this movie? Is it good or bad? That was hard for me. Then, jump to now, we covered Blade Runner 1, which is fresh in my mind going into this one being the next week of covering. And I think that really helped me establish more of the world and the story and the characters of what's going on in this one in 2049. So my second time viewing it, and it flowed a lot better for me. I think that's all I'll share right now.
All right.
So we're doing a 5-act popcorn structure, going from the beginning to the investigation unfolds. The investigation unfolds to the orphanage to the old Blade Runner, the old Blade Runner to Secret Society, and Secret Society till the end. On our notes, it says investigation begins, but I don't like having beginning and then another begins after, so I just said unfold.
Well, investigation to examining the bones.
Examining the bones and documents and that sort of thing. All right, so we're going to jump right in. I'm going to call on Sprinks to pick something in this first act to talk about.
Okay, yeah. Towards the beginning, it opens with a very similar shot to the first film about, like, focusing on an eyeball. Whose eyeball is that? I had the same question in the first one, and we think it was Leon. Whose eyeball is it in this one?
I think it's Kay.
I think it's Deckard's daughter. I don't remember her name.
Maybe. I don't. They said it once.
Yeah, but I know it's in my notes, but it's like
Saplin. Saplin, I think, is what it is. Saplin or something. Dr. Saplin.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, I wrote that down.
No, yeah, Dr. Anna.
Anna Stilling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's Anna's eye. If it's Kay's, it works, but I think it thematically it would make more sense if it was Anna's.
I'm sure that's something we'll touch on.
Okay. I just want, it's got to be someone's. I do not like the idea that they're just like, oh, we'll just do an eye, don't know who, just so it's similar to the first film.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
no,
be someone's eye.
Yeah, Denny would. I am pretty sure it's definitely like I said. I'm pretty sure it's either Anna's or Kay's, and I'm okay with either.
Okay.
It being either because
I mean,
it works.
due to the skin around the eye, we know it's not Deckard.
Yeah.
We know it's not Wallace. It's not Love. I mean, we know who it's not.
We know who. Yeah, there's a pretty good tier list of who it isn't. So it's, and I'm with the character kind of arcs towards the end. I'm okay with it being a little confusing of whether it's Kay or the good doctor.
Yeah, I mean, if those are the two that I'm stuck on, I mean, it makes sense thematically that it would be
It's Anna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm leaning Anna, but I'm okay with it being Kay.
I'm leaning Anna.
Because
it's also the right eye, so we know it's not the secret society lady.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
What, Frieza? What's her name?
Frieza.
Frieza.
Like Dragon Ball.
Yeah. Frieza. Sorry. One thing. I mean, I'll just go along here because I think this visual takes place right after the eye, which they transition to the solar panel crop circles, which I think is very, very awesome because this actually lends to one of the imagery choices for Denny in as far as what his choices were for the film. Because in the first one, a lot of the overbearing imagery, like when they're traveling, is to show the dangers of industrialization. And the reason we have such vast color schemes in this film is because Denny said he wanted to focus on climate change as the overbearing existential kind of threat, which I think really adds a lot to all the weather scenes that we see Kay in, because we see him in almost every form of weather.
Yeah. But then again, it's all in LA, right?
Yeah, this is all in LA.
It's all in.
It's supposed to, like I said, it's supposed to because when
climate change.
Yeah, in the sense that like when climate change worsens, scientifically speaking, the drastic measures from one end to the other are going to get worse.
Okay, because it was kind of weird to me how it's July and it's snowing in LA.
Yeah.
Like I said,
it was in LA, right?
Yeah,
LA was the disposal place.
I believe so. But yeah, that's the general idea behind that is that
San Francisco was the waste disposal district.
Yeah, and because
how ironic.
Yeah, so that was one of the intentions with like displaying how the world is grown in just terms of industry, of how it's not as industrialized and how everything switched to solar panels, but climate change is still kind of ravaged the planet to a degree.
Yes, and someone might be asking why I say it's July, because the date of the wording in Kay's first post-traumatic baseline test that we see, the date is June 30th.
Yeah, so around about June, July.
Yeah, I can agree with that. That's not a difficult leap to make. If that's the case, this film does take place in July for sure, for a majority of it anyway.
That's what I figured. Which is the question in the snow, but
there is also the aspect too that the buildings might just be high enough to incur snow.
Yeah,
which may seem odd to you, but there's a specific shot here in the beginning when Kay is going back from the business to police headquarters. There's a shot where he's flying over the buildings. We can sort of see like a hollowed space that's really, really deep underneath, like what looks like a shanty town almost.
Yeah.
So it could be that we've just built up to that point where snow just happens to occur, but I don't know for sure on that one. It's just an interesting visual choice that they chose to go with.
Yeah. I think it also sets a mood and tone.
Yeah. Something that I found interesting that I didn't really catch when I think I originally saw this movie is and maybe it's also helpful that we saw Bladerunner before as well. Kind of, A and B, the differences. I feel like where the Bladerunner 2019 is it's all industrial, with a sense of chaos about it. Like there's a factory over here, and there's living space over here, and there's crumbling buildings everywhere, and And this, it's similar. There's still that high industrialization, like that's not really gone away, but it's become organized. It's become geometric. It's become, there's a
controlled growth, kind of
a controlled growth to it. It's kind of been, a lot of the character of, and it's become a little bit dulled. It's not as I think we brought up the term when we were talking about Bladerunner 2019, is that the melting pot is a little bit less distinct. There's not that much. There's a lot. I will say there's still a lot of Asian influences, and there's Sony's in here, Atari's in here, which I definitely missed Atari. I think the first time I saw this, but there's not really that whole Chinatown anymore. They don't focus so much on the lower levels. It's a lot more of the big business, which again I feel was an interesting choice to of the evolution of the city and what 30 years makes.
Yeah, less street kid, more corpo.
Yeah, exactly.
I think
to go off of what Ryder said earlier about the wind farms, this film, what caught me early on real fast is there's so much less saturation in this film compared to the first Blade Runner. First Blade Runner, neon and the Asian market and everything going on. In this film, it's very whites, grays, blacks, until much farther along in the movie when Kay's like eating rice.
Mm-hmm. I think it fits this, the kind of the theme of aging. I think that is sort of which is very human, and the city itself is aging. It's becoming, grayer. It's not as vibrant as it was. Not that it was great when it was in, 2019 or whatever, but, it was very vibrant. There was a lot going on. And this is kind of a bored, bureaucratic, dull, it's a different kind of decay.
Yeah, what we see of the streets is usually just through Kay's eyes, because he visits the streets, like he's eating down there. So we get still like, quote unquote, the life of the lower levels, but it's usually in shorter spurts because that's just not where he usually spends his time.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
He still navigates it,
Yeah, it was just an interesting thing. Whereas I feel like the first one focused a lot more on kind of that lower level culture, because obviously Deckard was, a Blade Runner, and he had to investigate, with these people and everything. Whereas in this one, it's a lot smaller amount of time kind of focused on that. But I do like the idea of this kind of cultural decay of, as the let's say the pay wages become larger and larger in expanse between the different levels, you get less and less of the cultural identity.
Yep. I would like to popcorn quickly to the opening credits.
Yes.
I think once again, the use of the text crawl is very, very good because it pretty much catches us up on the 30 years of history that we missed. I don't know if they reference the blackout here, but they do reference the rebellions, and I think the blackouts.
On the blackout.
Yeah, it's on the black.
Yeah, they don't reference the blackout, but they do reference the rebellions, which I guess the blackout is technically a part of those kind of protests. And they also explain how the Tyrell name gets dragged through the mud, and the Wallace Corporation buys them up and pretty much designs replicants to be obedient. And it's just to note that there are Nexus 8s and above that had open-ended lifespans that didn't have the 4-year timer.
That was something I found interesting, especially with how the original owner Tyrell came to his end with the Nexus 6 having. Well, I get, actually now that talking about it, I guess that was an impetus for them to try to come back to Earth and fix it. So if we give them open-ended lifespans, they won't try to do that because they fear death so much.
There's that aspect to it, and we have to remember. I think they blamed I forgot the other guy that was there. It's not Joseph, but
Sebastian, J.F. Sebastian.
Yeah, Sebastian. There's a radio thing in 2019 where they say that they think Sebastian has killed Tyrell.
Oh.
I think I might be remembering that wrong, but which helps I think a little bit. And I there's that obsessive scientific need that always is present in dystopia like cyberpunk, where that science just outpaces the human mind or the human heart essentially. So like, I fully believe that scientists would create open-ended lifespans for replicants, regardless of whether it's, a smart decision to make for your health. That's pretty much how.
It sounds more of a realistic time-wise than if they believe Sebastian's the one who killed Tyrell. He was probably already in the development of the Nexus 7 to come out, so they kept that to go with the lifespan, and it wasn't until the next model of the 8 that they changed, so it wasn't immediate. I think that flows a lot better time-wise, being that it was, without Tyrell at that point because he was, kissed and eyes gouged. So.
Yeah. Very, very interesting way to go out. But, yeah, I think the text crawl does its job once again. It pulls us into the world, gives us the backstory information we need to know, and then just proceeds to add on to that backstory with conversations like about the blackout, the rebellions, and then how Deckard would help them out. It's a lot of things that come into eventually get added on top of it. But again, great basic information for then dialogue to build off of.
Mm-hmm. I am glad they didn't have the blackout in there because I think that would have been a little bit too much, and
Yeah,
it would have been his biggest reveal for the conversation in the record room.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's interesting that they call it the blackout as a nickname. Obviously, it's the idea that they lost power and everything. That's the whole point of what I guess the nickname would be. But it's still...
What a reason.
I like that it's kind of like a... trying to figure out a better way to phrase this, but it's kind of like their 9/11 event of their world, where it's just such a very pointed date. Like, everybody knows where they were at the time, as the secretary man says, which I think is...
And it's also changed how people act in the world, which is a detail I questioned, and then it was answered later that I really liked, of why after Kay goes and does his task with Dave Bautista's character and goes back to his vehicle to call up Madam, he's using pen and paper. And I was questioning, why is he using pen and paper in this day and age?
Isn't it a tablet?
No,
he's
like
writing it down.
Oh yeah. No, they're doing both, right? Yeah, they have a good mix of analog and a good mix of like digital stuff. But you're right, and that's a great detail because they don't want those records to be lost again, and the best way to keep records is to keep them physical now.
Yeah, that's why I was like, why is he doing it this way? And then the blackout conversation comes up later, and I went, oh.
Yeah,
it's
such a fucking great world building detail. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this is I know we've kind of had this conversation back and forth, Springs, but I think this movie is a perfect blend of show and tell.
I think so. Yeah.
With backfilling in the story of the blackout is being a good example of tell, because we don't necessarily need to see that on screen, but we're shown how it affects the world too.
Yeah.
So we're shown both. Yeah, we're shown both how that. We're told what happened, but we're shown how it affected the world, which I think is a good sign of a healthy mix.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
how did you feel about Sappers?
Is that Dave Bautista's guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. How do I feel about his scene?
Yeah, because I was really. This was a better, I think, fight scene than in any of the original Blade Runner. Well, with the exception of the end one.
I mean, to kind of bring it back to that idea of comparing the two, when I said Deckard was missing, he was missing his I'm a veteran Blade Runner moment. This was it for Kay. This was his veteran Blade Runner moment. He's calm, collected. He's fighting a replicant like twice his size, and he still holds his own because he fights more clinically. Because David Bautista's character is just wailing on him, while and then Kay just clinically hits him in the weak points and turns the tables, it shows the veteranness of the Blade Runner. So on that
it
front,
also goes off of what they. Sorry for interrupting.
yeah, go ahead.
The same thing of beforehand in the first Blade Runner of replicants don't have to react to pain. So when K gets like stabbed or punched, like he's not screaming. The only time they're actually showing any fatigue is out of breath.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And then we could talk more about what K's limits and abilities are as we go along. But that's kind of what I really liked about the opening scene, because I think it accomplished what the first Blade Runner didn't, which it gave K a well-rounded skill level of being a good Blade Runner. And it also never really compromises his skill either. Like, he's always competent even when he's outnumbered or outgunned. Like, he doesn't
or even when
go...
he's having like an emotional like scene, he's still like logical.
Yeah, and it's like it doesn't. One of the things I do like about the film is they don't take away from his abilities. They establish what he can do, and there's always just enough there to either overpower him or he's previously wounded and he still puts up a good fight. So it always shows his competence and it never takes that away from him. It's one of the things I do like about it.
Something I really like about this scene with Scabbers and K, it feels not like it's in 2049.
Yeah,
well, what it reminded me of with the boiling pot was the boiling eggs in the first film, with Sebastian and Roy like manipulating him, and the boiling noise cutting in is like a distraction, and that appears in here where like they go silent and the boiling pot goes off. But because it's not like a futuristic toy apartment and like this weird machine boiling eggs, and it's just like a stovetop, a little kitchen, small house, it felt like it could be from modern time or even beforehand. And that's a detail I like in this film that I feel is more prevalent in this in 2049 opposed to the original, of a lot more reflecting off of the past,
like it feels more real.
Old. Yeah, like that whole later on the whole Elvis part and the jukebox and like using things of old in this futuristic time period, I think helps give this feel to it that I don't know if it's more of a cyberpunk feel. It gives me more of like a Fallout kind of sense, like old time music, but with like dystopian world.
I mean, for me, that's all. I attach that to world building. I think it fleshes out the world building because it's like all the stuff that we're making.
They didn't have much of it in the first film.
Yeah, but like the reason I think it works better in this because it feels like it's taking stuff from that world into this one, if that makes sense. The best way I could describe it is like we build on top of old buildings, but those old buildings and old ruins are still there usually. Like the idea that old tech are still lying around. Like I'm sure I have an iPad 2 lying around, and that's almost a decade old at this point, more than that. It's kind of one of those things where it's just it comes across to me as like it's definitely a world building tool, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Obviously, I really really like it as well, but I think it really helps add to just like it makes the world feel lived in, like it has its own history.
Yeah. Also, it's a bit weird that Sony hasn't changed their logo in 30 years with the advertisements.
Hey, once you got something, you just keep with it.
I guess so. They stay with it. Sinister, you pointed out the Atari one. I didn't catch it.
Yeah, the Atari
changed logo or
no, it's the 3 lines or the 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's so it was like basically the same. I think it's in the second or third act, if I remember correctly. I saw it and I was like, oh, that must be, and they actually had Atari on it. I was like, okay, cool. See, that would be amazing if, I mean, Sony makes sense, but it'd be amazing if Atari beat out like Microsoft, Nintendo, and everybody else except for Sony.
That's just the production company attached.
Oh yeah, but it's a nice little nod.
Yeah. Also, a good kind of draw in to the beginning text scroll. I guess before that is the production company logos were all like glitchy and colorized.
That is true. Not to the extent of Spider-Verse, but yes, it does. They are changed a little bit.
Spider-Verse can give the seizure warning.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. It is cool to see the Voight comp test and how advanced it is now. It's like a little pocket
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure Crimson really appreciated this. Appreciated that it was made. It was not as complicated.
Yeah,
I don't think it was a nod. It was just something just a little catch that it's a character called K, and he has this little device telling people to look into it. It felt like Men in Black a little.
But, yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a direct reference, but it is something it is something I thought of as well.
It's just a coincidence.
Yeah. But yeah, I do like that they, with the Nexus 6 on, they kind of there's this, not necessarily, you don't know because there's no boardroom conversations or anything, but that like there was this conversation of like, hey, why do we need something that shows emotions or a test for like showing emotions when we can just have the barcode or something hidden underneath the eye or or somewhere. Obviously, as we learn later on, that also presents its own problems, but it is a nice little like look into the that this is the future, and so they've obviously had discussions about how to make this a little bit more streamlined.
Yeah, and it feels like a natural evolution of the void conf test.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Yeah.
Because I mean, Crimson's not here to bat against it because I don't know what he would think of it, so I'm not going to speak on his behalf. But I do think this one feels more fleshed out because it's clear the goal, what it is. It's a much longer test of because it's not testing your empathy. It's testing your like emotional state.
It's with the baseline test.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were talking about I was going to make a comment with the eyeball, was that with the void comp, there was almost a human quality about it, of because you're testing for an emotion, which is a human thing. It's not it's not a mechanical or anything, or it's innately human, and then if you fail it, you're not human, and all that. Yeah. Whatever, we came to the conclusion on that. And with the with the barcode, it's a lot more clinical. It's a lot less, human. It's a really, and I like that development that it's gradually dehumanized the the replicants even more so than they already were, to just like the a barcode.
That's interesting. In the sense that, like, the baseline test for me, I read the baseline test more purposefully. The baseline test being different. Are you referring to barcode differently? Because I'm kind of.
I'm not talking about the baseline. Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah. One of the interesting things is about the baseline test is that it feels like it would be a necessary test because now that replicants are allowed to be on Earth, they have to test for them to make sure they're not going to they're not going to go crazy and go AWire. This is how they make sure. This is how they test their emotional state. So, like, if they're outside of their baseline, you presumably they're treated like prisoners, which is why K is heavily escorted.
Actually, I have a little bit of facts on the post-traumatic baseline test.
All right.
2 versions of the baseline scene were filmed. The original scripted one, in which K reads a small passage of Vladimir Nabokov's Pale Fire, and then a much longer one written by Ryan Gosling. It was a lengthy 8-minute staccato dialogue, and Gosling delivered each take without hesitation for every camera angle. And then the other thing on it was the baseline test must recite was Ryan Gosling's idea. He employed an acting technique called dropping in, which induced a trance-like and hypnotic effect on his performance.
Interesting.
Now that's why we need real actors on set.
Good job, Ryan. Sinister. Now do you want to plug your man crush really quickly?
Yeah, this is I love Ryan Gosling's probably one of my favorite actors of the recent times. I definitely think he did some early choices that kind of made it like he's like a heartthrob guy or whatever. But I think this was a movie that this and Drive were kind of like the first 2 movies I saw where I was like, oh shit, this guy can like actually like act. He's actually he's good looking, but he's also really, really talented. and I think this is probably. I think those two performances are kind of a little bit yin and yang. This one's definitely the more vocal of the, obviously too. But I think he really shines in this one of just being really good.
Yeah, I actually think I want Ryan Gosling to play a United States general in a Civil War movie because I think
that would be good.
Because I actually think he would be a really really good U.S. Grant. If he had a full beard and his hair was a little bit darker, I actually think he'd make a great casting choice for like a Civil War, like really really good, like kind of in the vibe of Steven Spielberg's Lincoln.
Yeah,
kind of in the vibe of that, but for focusing on one of the character films on Grant, I think.
I would. You know what? I'd like to see him play Sherman.
Oh, that's another good choice. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to see him play Sherman. I think he could do both, but it was one thing where I was a little disappointed in Lincoln where they didn't have Sherman. They did Grant, which makes sense. Obviously, Grant is like the big, was the big general. But I always preferred Sherman.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, like whoever played Grant in Lincoln, I don't remember his name, but
he's the son of the original Albus Dumbledore.
Yeah. I would like to keep him as Grant, and I would absolutely cast Ryan Gosling as Sherman, because those two would be really great to make the duo, I think.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm trying to think of what my favorite Ryan Gosling film is, and I looked up just a list of his films that he's done, and I think the earliest work of his I've seen is Remember the Titans. I forgot he was in that.
No, you love his work in Mickey Mouse Club, right? That's your.
I have not seen his work in Mickey Mouse Club.
Me either.
I don't know. I really like him in La La Land.
He is good in La La Land. I like. That. I think the earliest one of his I've seen is Lars and the Real Girl. That might be the earliest one. I've seen La La Land, Drive, Bladerunner. I think years and years ago I saw The Notebook.
I've seen The Notebook. That's good.
You've
seen The Gray Man. That was good. I have seen Barbie as of now.
Also saw Only God Forgives. That's his second with Refn.
Seen The Big Short. My cousin's a big fan of that film.
Nice Guys.
Nice Guys. I've seen that one. That one's good.
Oh yeah, The Nice Guys. Is that Will Ferrell?
No,
Russell Crowe.
No, it's the other guys I'm thinking of. Okay.
Yeah, the other guys.
That's Russell Crowe. No, that's Mark Wahlberg.
And Will Ferrell. Yeah.
No.
Also,
Nice Guys is the detective one in the 70s.
I love it, and he's so Ryan Gosling's so comically inept, but he's really good. This is a good. I think especially for how this role is sort of set up with Kay, it would be very, very difficult because you have to meter out your emotions. You have to, because he definitely has like moments where he gets emotional and he gets, but for the most part, there's this kind of stoicness.
Yeah.
I think that's very hard to come across well.
Yeah. One of the things I really loved about his acting in this film is that he can put the whole weight of like the story in his eyes, even if he's standing there stoically. Like you can see the pain it's causing him in his eyes. And I think, I agree. Like he very balances the the need to be like have an emotional outburst, but he's still keeping it all in because he has to keep it buried.
Yeah, I especially like the scene kind of after he's retired sapper and he comes back in and he like hides his face when he like goes he goes by another officer or something and they're all yelling stuff at him, calling him a skin job, and it's very it's very emotional and you feel bad but he is like you can't really, other than just him looking away from him and just not interacting with them, you wouldn't really be able to tell innately that there's an emotion behind that.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I guess I have a question to bring up. is earlier on before Scapper enters his house. Did Kay do a B&E just walking in?
Breaking in. Well, he's a police officer technically, so
but he didn't knock.
He didn't knock.
I mean, they're the only thing. I don't think he went anywhere without permission, but he looks over at the farm, like he's like as if he knows he's in there, and he's just gonna go wait for him.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm like, I would figure his drone on his car can pick up like thermal and everything, and no other.
Yeah. Presumably that's how he knows.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a. We also he is so good at he already knows, Sapper is replicant.
It's not breaking entering if there's no one to report it, right?
Yeah, and there's and obviously he still has to do he has to get the eyeball and make sure, but he that's how good he is. He knows that he's a replicant, and it's like okay, gonna go in there.
Okay, which is quick.
But technically, it's breaking and entering. But also, I'm sure the laws in this timeline are a little bit less complicated.
Never questions it, like what you just enter or something. Like I guess it's not.
Well, he does say like I prefer it if people didn't just barge in or whatever.
Yeah.
But
I have another popcorn point. If you're willing to let me go again, Sinister.
Yeah.
I think my favorite underrated actor for this film is whoever plays Joy.
Oh, Anna de Armas.
Anna de Armas, yeah.
Yeah.
The wife AI or whatever.
The waifu.
Yeah, sure. The waifu AI. I think this was a very, very interesting choice to make for the film because it's showing I guess, the human need to make connections with something. And just how, I guess, a potential future of what that might look like. I think it's very cool detail that the machine follows her around until she gets the emulator. The only thing that I was confused by is I have no idea how she lit his cigarette.
Yeah, that was...
It's very cool. I have no idea how.
It's very cool. The only thing I can think of is that there's at least some level of hard light, maybe.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wrote in my notes. I'm like, maybe hard light, but I don't know because
that's what I figured.
Yeah, well, if all three of us came up with hard light, we could that might be the intention then.
Yeah. I think. Yeah. I don't know if it's only because of the I don't know what the original hologram machine is, but the way that's hooked up in order to do it because of it being projected versus the emulator that he carries.
Yeah,
I think if it was with the emulator he carried, it would bring up a harder question of how.
Yeah, I think if it was the emulator, it would be more problematic. It is his house, and it is the future. You get points for something, obviously.
No.
Yeah. It's just hooked up through, so.
It might just be me, even though we see Joy go through a bunch of different outfits trying to cheer him up. I think messy goth couch girl really was the best one.
Yeah, a little more organic.
Yeah, I don't know. She felt the most quote unquote normal, and I guess this has started an interesting conversation. I guess in terms of talking about the philosophical points of humanity, she's clearly designed to care about her host. It's not. It's kind of weird to think about it in that clinical sense, but how that would still get to anybody, over a period of time, just because they're real enough.
Yeah, I feel like, on paper she's kind of the most simple thing in this movie almost, but there's so many layers. There's so much, unpacking emotionally and psychologically with how she works that she's really, really complex.
I agree. She's a very simple character, but the way the movie utilizes that simple character as a tool to facilitate a bunch of other things. I'm gonna skip ahead only briefly, but when she's glitching outside of Kay's car trying to wake him up, that's kind of sad and tragic.
Yeah, it is.
Like she's limited in the capacity of how she can help him.
Yeah, it is a yeah, it's really like on paper she's the simplest character, but there's so many avenues that they that are open because of how simple she is that it creates this these very complex and ongoing issues.
I think she's a little more than the simplest. At least how I picked out, especially with the you look lonely thing at the end, which I don't know if it's a fact I read or just something I think it's probably something I read, but that depiction of her with like the black eyes and everything is the base default for a Joy model, and then like all the customization can go into it later, which is how Kay customized his, but it builds off of that, and like it's an AI, so it advances and everything and has an emotion. So I think because of that, it's more real than just like a model or product, which is how Love looks at it. So I think that made it a little more into the character of this AI.
Yeah. Man, I have to say simple in like 50 cents of quotation marks for this film because
no
character is simple in this film.
I think if you want a simple character, I'd go Coco.
Yes.
Pretty.
Well, it's
Polka Dot Man.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as like when I say simple character,
she's definitely like a simple archetype.
Simple archetype. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, she's a simple archetype. Yeah. But the way that she's used and that she's is evolves in this movie, really, you feel more it's for how strange it is. I think even in the situation of the movie, it would be hard not to feel some sort of empathy eventually with the the character. It's very.
Yeah, sorry. Let you finish. Yeah.
No, you're good. I got.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I was gonna say like one of the things that really helps, I think, with her portrayal as her character is definitely the eyes. Like they made a very good choice to go with like a big eyes, in the sense because eyes are a gateway to the soul, but that's where a lot of the emotion is for her as a character, and I think that helps a lot.
I think this is probably my favorite film she's in.
Yeah, this is her second, I think, English language film. I didn't realize that she was like a huge like movie like star in like Spain before this, and she was like trying to get into the kind of the American movies and stuff, and so she did. I believe she did 4 months of like speech therapy, learning English and everything before she auditioned for this role, and I think she auditioned several times.
Yeah,
earned her spot for sure.
From what I've seen her from, which looking at her repertoire right now, only 4 come to mind that I have seen. Bladerunner, I think I like her performance in this over Gray Man. She's very kind of small part in Gray Man. Ryder, I would suspect you like her part in this over Knives Out.
Yeah, I try to forget that movie.
I like her performance in this one. I get her performance in Knock Knock is also good, but comparatively movies, Knock Knock I don't care for. So. And then I've heard nothing but really bad things about Ghosted, but it does look interesting.
Yeah. To clarify, I do think she does a good performance in Knives Out. I just don't like the writing.
You just don't like that, yeah. Just don't like Knives. Fair.
The writing's just not good. Shrug.
Oh, well, let's skip past that point, though, because an hour of Rian Johnson discussion is
yeah, back to Blade Runner.
Actually, we can all agree is good.
Yeah, I guess a question to bring up. It could be very simple, but when Kay bends down earlier to sniff the flower that he brings into evidence, I questioned if Nexus models were designed with defense against pollen allergies, because they're supposed to be more human than human. And the one thing that I thought, I mean, they could have tested in the first film, which is probably why they didn't test it, because like what if they're allergic to things or illnesses that they could induce if they're supposed to be human to depict a replicant. And I just didn't know if this was something like the world's at a point, kind of like Wall-E, like things are so far advanced that things alive. That's why everyone, questions about the tree and like real wood and everything. If it would even be designed into a replicant to defend against pollen.
I see. I don't know,
So
because
when he sniffed the flower, I went, "How dangerous could that be?"
Since like you're a replicant, you're essentially created, and obviously I think these I don't know, and we don't really know how the creation happens other than a baseline of whatever, and I think these are a little bit different. Yeah, baseline, a baseline of obviously they're mechanical and organic at the same time. I don't. The fact that they're kind of they are like slave labor basically. It would, other than
But
them being,
I mean, if they're designed for off-world colonization, there'd probably be no plants maybe trees for.
I'm going to be honest. It's probably more hazardous conditions off planet. Than pollen. I would assume pollen would be something basic that they would have dealt with. Because there would also be in theory prepped for much worse.
Okay, so it's just something already pre-made and could have been like Nexus 2 model stuff that's just like continually kept in.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, but we also have to remember that at least K is specifically designed to operate on Earth. So maybe his specific models could have been, had to deal with that specifically.
That's true, but it's just another one of those questions that was on my mind for the first film of like, how do allergies work or illnesses?
I would imagine
it's still a curious question to have. I'll give it that. Yeah. I don't know how to answer it though.
I would imagine if I have an answer, and it's not a great one. I would imagine that like if you have like a workforce or something. On the one hand, if because Tyrell goes like more human than human is our motto and everything. But if they could get sick or they could die, get natural causes or something, that would make them less expendable or more expendable than they would naturally be, less expendable than they naturally
be. Or they
can
also get their gut cut open with a knife.
Well, yeah, they can humanly die from like getting shot or because all that stuff. But if you have I don't know, like let's say have them work in a coal mine or some and where there's hazardous gas and all this escaping and everything, it really wouldn't make sense to program them with an ability to succumb to death from lack of oxygen or something. Obviously, we don't know physiologically what's going on with them, how much of them is a basis of humans or how much of them is a basis of mechanisms and stuff.
I guess it kind of brings up a follow-up question to much later in the film, and sorry for tackling this here. No. When they go to like get Deckard and capture him and they climb out of the car, they have like masks on, like hazardous like kind of gas masks. Are those replicants or humans?
Don't know.
Because let's say those are replicants that need masks on Earth to then not take in, dangerous things, then that I think goes more into this pollen question versus if those are just humans just doing it. I guess for the sake of it, go with humans.
I would guess humans, and the only reason I would guess humans is because Love is there and she's not wearing a mask.
I guess that's right, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Kay's there, he's not wearing a mask. And maybe Deckard if he's a replicant, which...
Well, they didn't know they were going to get...
Yeah, to be fair to Deckard, he didn't know. He was inside the entire time we see him. And, presumably he could withstand whatever's out there for some time. But we don't really know. But I think that can be somewhat explained away, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then I'll just go with human. But question, I guess still in this first act, when the Joy, I guess I'll just call her Joy, is making like her version of food for Kay, and music comes on, was it Kay's choice to program in music of what he likes to listen to, or do you think it was Joy who chose the song because of her outfit? That looked very like 50s housewife kind of.
I think Joy chose it. At this point, they have a clearly established relationship. I think, Joy is allowed to run the house pretty much.
Okay.
Well,
so
within
she
her
had
limitations.
More control over it than okay.
And probably, I'm sure, Kay's idea of it was to have somebody, because obviously it ruins the experience if you yourself are creating this person or something. So I'm sure he probably made it as gave her as much freedom to do things as you could with a computer program.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she probably has a lot of autonomy. There we go.
Yeah. I do like he still pours a drink out for her and, clinks the glass.
Yeah.
Even though she obviously can't drink any of it.
But who are you to tell him
into
that?
more into the thought of making her believable to him as real.
Yeah. I think that's exactly how he does it.
Yeah. Definitely.
And then the Wallace system, I guess, boot up and reboot noises sound like very classical pieces.
That is a part of the theme of Peter and the Wolf.
That's
true.
True.
I was in a play of Peter and the Wolf.
Hmm.
Very interesting.
One of the cool details I like is she's trying to simulate what it would look like with rain falling on her. That was kind of cool, tragic, and creepy all at once.
Beautiful.
Yes.
It was beautiful.
The special effect of making her look like a hologram was stunning.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Fucking gorgeous. And obviously, all the thematic things that go into it, just, it's creepy,
and the acting
beautiful
on Ryan's part to he'll go right through her. She's not there.
Yeah, they do.
But he's so careful. He's so careful with trying to not ruin the illusion.
Yeah, because he cares about her. It's so sweet.
Yeah.
It's do a good job.
And then she freezes when the phone call happens.
Oh, yes. It's a little gut wrenching, actually.
It happens, I think. This time it's like, okay, I like how it's played off in this scene. It plays off again later, differently with a cut that's not as good in my opinion. It's still fine to get the message. I think this is like pulling Kate back into reality of, you're on a job, you got a case to do, can't get distracted too much. And in this one, it's the phone call to freeze her. The other one, shoot.
I don't remember the other one.
I'm
pretty sure there was one,
but yeah. I think it was with the girl coming in and like the sinking.
Oh,
scene.
Yeah. The discovery of Rachel is very, very interesting. I didn't expect this from the end of the
Yeah, it was very interesting. Yeah, I didn't expect it either.
Does it come across somewhat because of the time and everything? I didn't fact check it or anything to see how true it was, but is Rachel's lifespan 4 years? Because it seems she died pretty fast.
It implies she died during childbirth.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, we don't
know for certainty, but it's implied that she died during childbirth. So she could have lived beyond that, but
we don't know what her incept date was, but the child was, the 2021, so roughly 2 years later. So we don't know if that's within the 4 years or if it's outside of the 4 years. No idea. And I don't know if Denny commented on that at all, or Ruthie Scott. But it was an interesting thing that I was not expecting to be the main focus of this movie.
One of the things I do like before they go visit Wallace Corporation was Madam's reaction to when they realized that the replicant died during childbirth.
Yeah.
She's very like, oh shit, this could destroy the world if we're not careful. And I think Madam is a really underrated character. I'm just referring to her as Madam because that's how she's always referred to.
Yeah.
but she's a very interesting character. Like, she's a very fully fleshed out side character. She just wants to keep things normal. Like, she doesn't want to, topple anything. She doesn't want to break anything. She doesn't want to be held responsible for anything. So she's like, this is a political bomb we're sitting on. Let's not unravel it. Go burn the house down.
Yeah. And I wonder though. I wonder if it's like, but she does mention, like it'll be a slaughter if people realize there's no wall in between replicants and humans. I originally read it, because I think we had a conversation before this podcast of because she does make a comment about when Kay is talking about I've never had to retire something that was born before.
Yeah.
And that would mean that they had a soul, even if they're a replicant. Still, they would soul essentially. And
to be his literal quote is, "To be born is to have a soul."
Yeah. And he makes the comment of, there's nothing that important about it. You've been doing fine with that one. When I was talking about how I originally read that as like a backhanded compliment, sort of, where
Yeah.
And then you, writer, said that it was a little bit. Well, yeah. I'll you say what you thought it was. I thought it was not meant in that way.
Yeah, I thought it was more of a comforting gesture because, as we see, they clearly have a friendship. Like, she's confiding in a replicant how dangerous it is that a replicant can give birth. That in and of itself shows the level of trust that these two have with each other. I think the full conversation is, to be born is to have a soul. Are you telling me no? Wasn't aware that was an option, madam. Attaboy. Mm-hmm. And then, as he turns to leave, that's when she says, hey, you've been getting on fine without one. A soul.
Yeah.
Because, I like I said, I think it kind of boils down to like why I read it differently. She doesn't know at any point that he's having an identity crisis. He kind of keeps that from her because as he gets the story picks up later on where he has an identity crisis and he's not sure if he's had the half human, half replicant hybrid.
He's passed his test right now.
Yeah, he's passed his test.
Nothing to suspect.
Yeah, and even when he passes the test, she still completely trusts him. He's like, I can get you out of this building. I can't help you with your next baseline.
Yeah.
When he fills it.
Yeah, when he comes back and fills it later. So the reading of that is like, I don't think that's a backhanded compliment. I think that's just like, she respects him as he is as a person, whether or not he has a soul. Like to her, he is, her partner to a degree. That's kind of how I read that. Because he doesn't want him to feel degraded without having a soul.
Yeah.
Which I think it's very strong in the sense, because in the same way that I think his relationship with Joy is very strong. Neither of them are real people, but there's still a relationship there. Like, how much does that, how human is human without you having to be human? And it's in that sense of, like, Blade Runner 2049 really likes to play around with that concept of, like, what makes you a person that deserves to be respected and cared for.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Well, because essentially because if he was purely, or, if replicants were purely machines, right, they would go, they probably, if they had a house, which, it would just be like a room or like a box or something, it wouldn't be, there'd be no personality to it. They would just go there, sit.
It would look like the baseline test room.
Yeah, exactly. But, he's like decorated it, there's furniture, he cooks food, he has a, in the basic terms, fake girlfriend or whatever, but if he was truly had no emotions, he wouldn't need that. He could just sit in silence. So that is, and I do like that they play with that more in this one than in the original, of kind of the humanity aspect of, are these truly just machines, or are they,
It really, really, blurs that line without having to be overt about it. I don't think there's much outside of this statement of to be born is to have a soul. There's not much overtness to, like, what it is to blur that line of, what does it mean to be human kind of thing. it's one of the stronger points of Battlestar Galactica is because it also explores that line of where Cylons at some point in fashion can be more merciful than humans, are capable of empathy and everything that would you would typically describe to be a human.
But I guess that kind of fits in with culture in that sense, is that you never want to humanize what could be an enemy, because once you humanize them, you can have a rapport with them.
That's funny. Deckard criticizes him for that later on.
Yeah. Yes. Is that
Yeah, but I was interested in your takeaway, and I think you were interested in mine because it was very two different readings we got from this scene.
I think probably when I first saw it, I think I might have had a similar thing with you, and then the more I've seen it, I read it differently. But I do think your interpretation of it is probably a little bit more correct.
Yeah, like I said, I like your interpretation of it as well. And like I said, the only reason I don't see it as much is just because she doesn't know about his identity crisis.
Mm-hmm.
And if she did, I think that would be backhanded.
Yeah. How do we feel? I know we kind of touched on that we like how it's presented, but how do you feel about the addition of this blackout in the world?
I think it works fine.
Yeah, because we talked about it a lot and how I think the best thing about it being a mix of show and tell is that we are shown that how it affected the world, even though we are told it is an incident that happened.
Mm-hmm.
I think
is it planned by Deckard?
That's what I see. Because I remember the blackout, being a big part of the narrative of this movie, and I before I rewatched it, I was like, I thought he said something that he did it. But later on, he just says that it helped. It wasn't something that he purposely did. So
yeah, I think it was. He explained how to do it, but like Rachel or Secret Society, someone else did it.
Yeah, I think he was just a member of he was just like a part of a group that was at the revolution.
I think
he was he was just another person on the front lines that helped.
Yeah, I think he messed with definitely the LAPD records and that he had access to and all that stuff. But I think he does say that he did all that, but then the blackout pretty much did all the rest of the work. So
Yeah. So I don't know if I don't know if he was directly responsible, but I think he definitely had a hand in it. Just we don't know the extent.
I think he had like the main idea, but he wasn't the one leading the front lines to do it.
Like he was he was helping plan it out just because he was their inside man, more or less.
Yeah. So because of that, because of what Deckard tells Kay later in the film, I don't see it as such a first watch like, oh, it's so coincidental this happened to help him hide.
Yeah.
It's like planned then.
Yeah. There's an interesting visual that happens before they go to Wallace, which was they show the Tyrell Corp buildings, and then it like pans up to the dark looming shadow of the Wallace Corporation like just behind them. So like the biggest buildings in the 2019 Blade Runner are now like overshadowed, which that was a good visual, I think.
What is the phrase is the dwarf standing on the shoulders of giants.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we'll get to Wallace in a few minutes.
Yeah, Wallace, very interesting character.
I guess before we wrap up the act, I guess the last thing I really have to talk about is his first interaction, Kay's first interaction with Love.
Yes, that was something else I was gonna.
It's very peaceful, this first interaction, and it's their only peaceful interaction.
Yes. It's the only one without kicking. Yeah.
Yeah, and we get a nice homage to Ridley Scott's Blade Runner.
Yes.
Without it,
yeah,
it serves its purpose and it doesn't overstay its welcome.
Mm-hmm. It's it must have been. I'm sure it was recorded from the original.
Oh,
but yeah. But it's interesting that they had a.
They
had
the
visual. Yeah, well, the audio files definitely. I know that, but I was talking about the eyeball scene because they did show it in the original, obviously, but they had at least like 20-30 seconds of it, filmed entirely, which was amazing to me.
I think it's fine. I mean, that's only going off of what we saw from Final Cut.
Yeah,
all those other versions, there could be far longer scenes.
No, I'm not against it. I was just amazed that they actually had that. Like, still.
Yeah.
Because I didn't expect it. It's very cool.
But that is all I got for this act. So.
Yeah. I will tap with that. I will tap on a little thing that I liked of kind of a difference between Love and Kay, because I think Kay even goes into the oh, he named you, you must be very special kind of thing, and she's kind of taken a little bit aback by that, or in some she that registers to her more than a little bit else, but I did find it interesting, and I'm sure it plays out. I know it plays out later on, but that while they're watching the the footage and everything, Kay is the first one to talk about the emotions of the test and not just the facts of it. Of she likes him, and she's like, what?
Yeah, like that's not important to her job.
Yeah. Whereas Kay,
actually, that's interesting. Because that would play into like how different experiences shape their perspectives, because obviously his work would involve a lot more of that, and her work is much more distant and clinical. Like and I think in her introduction is she's talking about selling other Nexus models or replicant models, which is interesting. Nice catch.
So that is it for the first act. Moving on, we are now into the investigation begins, going into the orphanage.
I have a question.
Okay. We might have answers.
Yes. Does Gaff put down a sheep or a bull?
A sheep.
Okay.
Sheep. Which is how I saw it, a nice connection to Do Android's dream of electric sheep.
Yes, and also he's obviously calling Kay a sheep.
Following orders.
But both of them are...
Or a stray sheep.
Yeah. Which I think is really cool. And also, every time I see Edward James Olmos, there's always a thumbs up for me. Give him more roles, please. He's an excellent actor.
Yeah. Edward James Olmos. Almost in everything. But yeah, it was great they got him back, honestly. Great they got him. So I feel, and I do wish he was more utilized in this than in Blade Runner 1, but I think, how old he is, I think he this is perfect.
Yeah. I think it kind of implies a longer history that he has with Deckard. Like that wasn't what we see in 2019 isn't either their first mission or they have a continuing history after that.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I got confused in my notes.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the whole thing the two of you were discussing at Wallace Corporation was in this act, because that's after the finding out about Rachel buried.
Oh, then if you have to add to it.
Yeah, I saw my notes there. Oops. Very fancy looking keyboard that the bald person has.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I really like the coloring of the yellow lit water rays in the office.
It's a very cool effect.
It looked like to me like vocal recordings, like wavelengths.
The water effects, you mean?
Wall. Yeah, the water lighting on the wall in the office and everything. Being that it's futuristic, I connected it to vocal tracks.
Yeah. I have very mixed feelings about the lighting in Wallace Corp.
I like it. I will say though, the effect of like the water undulating, I think it looks really, really cool. However, if that was in my actual office, I would be pissed off. It would annoy me so much. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Wallace is blind, lucky bastard.
Yeah.
More skill. Also, something I really like. We touched on how this is kind of Kay in his prime versus Deckard not, and he's older.
Yeah.
In the first Blade Runner, but Kay is very good at like showing off detective skills. It was earlier how he identified like the military bag that Sappers was carrying.
Yeah.
In investigation, and then this part he's good at knowing the vocal detections in Rachel's voice to know that how she's toying with Deckard in the comp test.
Yeah. It talks about how, being questioned kind of makes you feel desired or whatever.
Yeah,
that's love. That's what love says.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Well, that's I sorry.
Yeah.
I meant to say that love said that. Yeah.
You're good. You're good.
Okay, and then that's what I had on that. So now I'm at the gaff.
Now we're both caught up. All three of us caught up.
Sorry.
Good. No, you're fine.
Well, did you have anything on the gaff scene?
Just the sheep and how it connected to Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which I'm not saying anything in stone, but I think that's a slight connection to Deckard maybe being replicant. I do have notes throughout that help lean one way or another.
Yeah, I do. Again, on the Deckard being a replicant, I'm sure we'll talk about it at the end. I still like that they ultimately keep it vague.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's more in this film that I think are like a strong pull to either side rather than the 50-50 on the line middle. There's parts that are like really like tug and pull, but both occur. So
it's all about that tug and pull, baby.
I think at one point someone just calls him human or something, like it's a real pull, but then something right after is like to Android, so it's replicant.
Yeah, I think they probably were like, listen, Denny, you can't just say it out and out. You gotta keep the vagaries up.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Denny would have. I think he would have intentionally done this. Yeah.
No.
I think he intentionally planned it to be vague from the beginning, still, which is good.
Yeah. I think it would have been a bit of an uproar if you come out and just say it.
Oh yeah. Well, to be fair, I think Ridley Scott's been out and out saying it for years, and nobody.
Well, true.
Ridley Scott's been saying that he's a replicant, and Harrison Ford has been saying he's human. So.
Yeah. So that's the huge tug and pull thing, but it's cool then that this doesn't like tarnish those who are big fans of the first film. Like it's not like, oh, he's a replicant the whole time, so I'm gotta watch it all that way through, or human, or vice versa.
I think it's better that we never know. I think it's more exciting because
we
knew one way or the other, wouldn't
It doesn't change your watching of the first film, being that it's still questioned.
Yep.
Well, it does make you question how he's getting his ass kicked a bunch if he's a replicant, but
he's old.
He's old.
Older. Sorry. He's old.
Yeah.
He's old in this one.
That he is. We can all agree on that. He's old in this one.
But I guess the question brings up: is he better at fighting in this film than he is in the first film?
Yeah, that was something I knew was going to come up.
I'm gonna go with he. Well, I mean, he clearly lands more solid punches, so I'm gonna go with yes.
I think he relied far too much on a weapon in the first film. He was like very dependent on his pistol.
Well, and, maybe you could argue that it's him being he has a lot less to live for than he did probably in that movie. The original movie.
And for all we know, he did a lot of training during this rebellion age before the blackout.
Or something. Yeah. Who knows? That'll be in some show that's going to come out, or some other.
Because they monetize everything. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, there's like
Bladerunner 3
or something.
There's two. I think two that are out or that came out in between this and the original, the final cut. One that came out in between, and then one that came out after. And there's a video game coming out, which I'm really excited for.
Ooh.
That I think focuses on a little bit, either I think on the blackout or on post blackout, which is exciting.
I'll have to keep my eyes out for that.
Yeah, I think they released a teaser for it like a month ago or something, and it'll probably be a while before it's out.
Yeah, there's Black Lotus and Blackout 2022, and I think Blackout 2022 probably covers the blackout.
Yes. I have not seen Black Lotus, though. That's on my list.
All right. We are introduced to Wallace, I think, next. And I do have some notes here, because...
Yes.
Please.
Wallace, I like my biblical referencing and quoting villain as much as the next writer. But holy fuck. It's a little too much for me.
It's a little too much to the point where I don't exactly know what he's trying to say. Like,
I was really confused.
I'm gonna be honest. I understood exactly what he was gonna say. I still think he was over the top. He has a serious god complex. And yeah, I think
High
it's
evolutionary.
Yeah, kind of. Uh,
I think even worse than the high evolutionary is like.
I think the high evolutionary is was a really good villain and he fell off. I think Wallace is consistently the same person.
Give Wallace another 20 years, he might hit that breaking point.
That's true. Probably. You know, you're right. He might have had a falling off.
I mean, high evolutionary, early on, Little Rocket. I think that's kind of where Wallace is. Not that crazy,
obsessive bastard. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you want to compare, sorry for spoilers of Guardians 3. Okay, this is going to be a little segment right now about Guardians 3. If you have not listened to Guardians 3, skip ahead maybe 5 minutes, real fast. Apologies. But the connection of high evolutionary trying to get whatever it is that Rocket can get in original. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on, Sinister. Have you seen Guardians 3?
No.
Okay. Shoot. I almost caught my mouth there. Okay.
I was going to say something, but I was like, maybe it's not important.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, it is. Sorry. Okay, what high evolutionary is seeking in the first film is very similar to what Wallace is seeking in this one with reproduction. So I think those kind of fit.
Yeah, they're not exactly the same, but they're similar. Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
One's just a lot more maniacal.
Yeah.
Over it.
So
and one's a lot more biblical.
I haven't studied my Bible since I was in school many years ago. Could you explain, Ryder, exactly what he means when he's talking about the Bible in this scene?
Okay, he's referring to himself as God. His children are the replicants, and he's referring to the gates of heaven. Millions. He's referring to the gates of heaven as the ability to reproduce in this instance, because that's such a human concept that it's the biblical obsession with that, because it's one of the 10 Commandments, which is most of what's going on in this scene is related to that. And one of the things
interesting. I didn't take the scene as that way when he was talking about angels bring gifts to heaven.
Yeah,
I thought he was saying that.
I thought he was talking about Wallace Corporation was heaven.
Yeah,
and all his angels bring him something.
Yeah,
which kind of plays into love bringing him stuff later on.
Yeah, and he refers to love as an angel. She's all dressed in white. He's dressed in black. There's a lot of heavy noted symbolism in this scene.
What was the one comment he makes? The most important angel or something?
Yeah.
My
as
best
he leaves
angel.
the scene?
Yeah.
My best angel? I really thought he was going to talk about Lucifer or something.
Well, love.
Lucifer, the most popular angel or whatever it was, the fallen one or something like that.
Yeah.
That would have shown a lot more evilness though, probably.
Yeah. He's definitely just a biblically assessed corporate bastard. But
well, especially in an age where there's probably very little religion anymore.
Yeah. which is true. I mean, it gets the message across to me. It's just, like I said, I love my biblical quoting villain as much as the next writer. This is just a little too much for me. Because this does not stop. This is not relegated to this scene, and that's what bugs me the most. I think if it was relegated to this scene, I would not be as bothered by it.
Then again, it was probably pitched Jared Leto. Hey, so Wallace's character speaks biblically, and he goes, "Okay, I got it," and this is what he went with. Hey, the character of Joker's a little damaged in the head. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Let me get a tattoo on my forehead.
Leave it to Jared Leto to do too much of a good thing. How about?
Yeah, I mean, Jared Leto
is he's trying to focus on bats. Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, my thing with Jared Leto is that he's a very good actor. He's a very eccentric actor. I think he just needs a good director to rein him in a bit.
I think he goes.
I think this might be his best role, but only marginally because it's not much.
I think he could
his
get
role from American Psycho.
No,
Paul Allen.
Well, that was. I like that he got killed. That was really fun.
That was fun.
That was fun.
This might be his best eccentric role, is what I mean to say. Sorry.
Yes, that's the perfect way to put it. Yeah, I think he can be a really good actor if he just tried a little bit less hard.
Like I said,
he's trying too hard.
If a director is reining him in, I think that's when he's at his best.
Mm-hmm.
But after I'll give some praise to this scene. One neat little detail I like is like the chip that he implants into his neck, and how he uses the cameras to see from a bunch of different angles.
Yeah.
Which comes to mind when I have no idea what his vision would be given all the angles that he has. But it's interesting
to fly, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever been to a zoo and they have those like not magnifying glasses, but
like the bee sort of like vision kind of binoculars.
Yeah, like they have it over by like antlers, not antelopes, where you look in and your eyes go like opposite directions, like left and right, rather than straight. To kind of give that perspective. I feel like it would kind of come across as that.
Yeah. I also imagine something similar. I still think it would be. I don't know what they would have done, but it would be really weird to have a visual of it. It's cool. And I like I said, where you took it is the same place I took it. It's just a neat little thing that he has multiple camera angles to view.
I think there's a possibility that Roger Deakins kind of shot down the idea maybe. Yeah. Because if they were to do that, they would need 2 cameras.
Yep. Yeah. You know, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that they didn't. I don't need it. I just thought it's a very interesting thing.
Well, yeah. Plus, it's cooler if you imagine what it must look like. Yeah.
I would have liked to know what those other plugins do.
Yeah, that was another
case of plugins, and we only know one goes to like cameras.
Let's see other things about the scene. Okay, I know we talked about the weird color grading look. I'm gonna be honest; it starts getting on my nerves. The only reason I find it
yellow.
Yeah, the only reason I find it the reason I find it acceptable is just because Wallace is blind, and being blind doesn't make you a good interior decorator.
But you should hire somebody who's a good interior.
Is that a fact? Is that something though? Does the color yellow help blind people?
I don't. I mean,
that's
know.
a really stupid question in itself, but
I don't know.
I don't think it helps them, but because obviously they have like braille things on like clothes, so they know what the color is, so they can match and stuff. But it's probably something where he has this, he's blind, but he has like robots that can help him see and what have you and everything. Yeah. But it's kind of him just not like admitting that there's a weakness or something, maybe like there's, because obviously he's like has this god complex, and so be blind is to be lesser in some form in his worldview. And so if he admits that he has a blindness or something, then he's less godlike because God is perfect.
Yeah. One thing I really do like about this scene, I actually really love how unsettled Love is. Like, she's terrified of him.
Mm.
Which is interesting to think about because he's only human and she could kill him pretty easily. But the fact that she's terrified of him is just, I don't know, there's another layer there that I really like.
It's... Well, and especially how we see her be just like, I mean, a killing, most of the replicants be like killing machines almost. It does make you feel like, oh, this guy's, this guy is like bad, or or something like, this guy is in control. No matter what we see, this guy is one pulling the strings or something, which helps the character.
Mm-hmm.
I have a little quote here. This is what I found by Helen Keller on how. Oh, never mind.
Are you sure it's by Helen Keller?
No. Never mind. It says How Helen Keller Sees Color by Nella Brady, and it says here that yellow is like the sun. It means life and rich in promise.
Well, I mean that fits, but it doesn't really help him see
surrounded yellow. No, that's not for him to see. I think it could be played as visual to audience of just the color usage of yellow being trying to grasp that birth that he's striving for.
Yeah,
yellow is also very
And to take it the very obvious route too, yellow is fake gold.
Yeah.
So it's the promise of rich without being rich. Like it's all fake. Like there's nothing. There's nothing real here. Which is another way to take the color theory stuff.
And you could go with the water pattern being it's distorted, always moving, can't find the right answer.
Can't find stability. Yeah. God damn it! Again, Danny Villeneuve and the
Hey, Danny, you want to call us up? Were we right? Did we get that?
You are the only people to talk about a movie that have picked up on my subtle use of yellow.
You bring that example up a lot. You're the only people who have ever talked about this in a podcast.
No, I love it. I'm into it.
Weren't we the podcast that argued about a spoon for like an hour?
Yes,
I don't think we've covered Matrix yet.
That's ours. Can't take that away from us.
What would we cover a spoon in?
I don't know. I feel like we've had a nonsensical conversation about something that nobody's covered before.
Oh, yeah.
For some reason, a utensil popped into my mind. I don't know why.
Well, last week my whole thing was about the chess set. Why do you do it over the intercom? We talked about that for a half hour.
That's true.
And the wiper blade.
Oh yeah, the wiper blade.
They fixed it. They fixed. I wrote in my notes. I was so happy they fixed the wiper blades in this one.
Yes. They quote.
They have. No, Kay has wiper blades on his sunroof. It was good detail.
That's true.
Yeah, Wallace is a freak. I think we can all agree on that.
A bit, yeah. It's interesting. A little that Tyrell kept no records on the creation of Rachel being an experiment, and Wallace has been trying to create it because of that.
Recreate it, yeah.
But it's been only a couple years since he took over Tyrell, right?
Yeah, he was like probably in like the 20s, so at least 20 years, maybe.
So he hasn't been working on it for that long. It hasn't been 30 years of him trying to create this. It's only been a couple.
Yeah, well, he wants to give life, I guess, maybe to the replicants, and if they can reproduce, he is God because they are now his children that can reproduce on their own. I don't know. He's a very God complexy man.
Is it? It's also kind of. I don't think it pinpoints it exactly, but it's shown that this is something he's been working on before the idea of Rachel, like before we talked to him about the miracle or anything. This is something he's been trying to achieve.
Yeah, and now they have Rachel's the reemergence of like proof that it was possible.
Yeah.
Because from a manufacturing standpoint, he can't make enough, resources and everything.
Oh
it's
yeah,
impossible.
I forgot about that. Yeah, that is a big angle to it.
Which I think is writer talked about like the climate change and everything, and this is another thing of resources running out, and it's I didn't even think about that in the original Blade Runner. That boy, isn't it going to get like eventually you're going to run out of stuff to make these things, and then this kind of answers that question, of like, well, yes, eventually you will run out of stuff to make.
Yeah, what's the recycling process in Blade Runner look like?
I don't think they're able to, because each iteration.
The closest that we get, I think, to the recycling process is the orphanage. The kids, the child labor.
I guess so, yeah.
Because they explicitly say they're filtering out materials needed for the outer colonies.
But we don't see them like taking apart like replicant bodies or stuff, and
they're just filtering through the garbage, I think. Yeah.
But again, it also might come into like we don't know how mechanical versus organic they are down to.
Yeah. Well, I think we touched on that in the first Blade Runner, that they're very organic and biologically engineered versus Android, which is my thing was like it was focusing more on Android in my head, but they're definitely more biological. Otherwise, you can't just like cut a hand off and it's like, oh, there's wiring. It's
not like the Terminator now.
No. Or little hints I get here and there from watching this film and watching the other one was Detroit Become Human.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Deus Ex Machina.
It's another good one. I mean, like more. This kind of actually will transition us to my next note that I want to talk about, which was the I don't know her name, but I'm just gonna call her the brothel girl, Coco. Is her name Coco?
No,
No.
Coco was the guy who got his head karate chopped.
Oh, poor man.
It's like Margit or something, or Margaret, something like that.
Yeah, Margaret. And anyway, but I like that one of the details about how different the world is she's never seen a tree before, which to me was interesting. Like it's just a throwaway line casually, but it has so much implications in the world building.
I've never seen one before.
And it makes sense that even the dead tree that Sapper was keeping out of his powers, like it's tied down, to keep from falling over.
Plain knowing her part, that she's part of the secret society this whole time, comes to the scene that I think it was played on truth and not simply just words given to get his interest. Not speaking of a man's interest to get into a seduction tactic.
I think it's a bit of both. Her goal is to try and figure out what he knows, after all.
Yeah, but I think it was an honest answer of giving.
Yeah, I agree. I think my first viewing of this, I remember that my first viewing of this, I was confused that this was the secret society thing. I thought that was Love asking the girls to go check on Kay and get what he knows. But now that I know it's the secret society, it was just one of those things that I didn't get in my first watch through.
Yeah. Well, only she is. The other two weren't. The other two are like, he's a Bladerunner. Let's leave.
Maybe. I mean, the secret society is the one that asked them to go, and they are all replicants theoretically because of that. Not saying that humans can't be a part of the secret society, because clearly Deckard is, and it's peace 50-50.
Yeah, it's true.
I'd like to touch on a bit of the music in this part, and hopefully, Sinister, you can assist in this part. There's two pieces of track of the score that sound very vehicular to me. This one is in this dining area where he's just eating rice, and they come up and discuss it sounds very much like a motorcycle going down a freeway.
I believe there's just there is a motorcycle, or one
in the use of the song.
No, I think this just happens to be a motorcycle.
Oh, in the film?
In the film. Yeah, I think that because I watched this with closed captioning on because my audio mix was kind of fucked up with my current setup, and so I could hear the music and incidental sounds more than the dialogue. But when I turn on closed captioning, there was the engine revving, I think, was one of the subtitles during that scene. Could be wrong. I would have to watch it again.
There could still be an engine revving, but the music itself had what sounded like just repeating, like a motorcycle going down a freeway.
Arpeggiated.
There's other instruments being played with it, but
yeah.
And then later in the film, there's another song that sounds like a plane falling out of the air.
I would have to watch it again to give you a good answer right now. But I do. That is something I liked about this movie, is that they kind of. I know originally, I think the guy who did the music for, I think, all of Denny's previous films, Johnson or something Johnson, or was going to be involved with this, and I think that fell through, or that it wasn't working quite right, and so they ended up with somebody else. And
Hans Zimmer, right?
Hans Zimmer and one other, I believe, who did a lot of work, kind of, I think, having to recapture some of the original score, and then also using remixes to kind of fill out and keep the vibe going.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy they hold off on doing the Blade Runner theme at all until the end.
There's definitely
notes,
yeah, there's definitely notes that they remixed and kind of sampled and stuff, which I think keeps it it's a touchstone, but it's not like a nostalgic piece or a nostalgia piece or something.
They hold off to do the full theme until the end, which I think was good. Because I don't know, the Blade Runner theme in of itself, which is the one that they use while they're panning over the cities in the original, is not really that grand, or it doesn't. It's grand, but it doesn't have the theme of epic action piece. Whereas in this one, it still doesn't have the theme of epic action pieces, but it feels like the capstone to the story is coming to, it has that grandness still to capture it. Those are words that I said. I don't know if they were all correct, but
I get what you're saying.
Let's see.
It's a good score. It's a good score. It's a good score based off of an already good score.
My next note isn't until Madam goes to visit Kay. Everything else is more like Oh, it's cool. He's burning the house down. I like that he searched the house.
He finds the tin with the sock.
Oh yeah,
when we said Margaret is her name.
Yeah, is it not?
No, I don't know. I'm just going with what we're calling her.
The Lady of the Night character.
Okay.
I think that's
she leaves because she hears the boot up song, the boot up jingle, and goes, "Oh, you don't like real girls, or you're not into real girls."
Mm-hmm.
And I took the Wallace boot up sound as always being joy. It's not a notification of like Madam or work or something on the case. It's joy. Why doesn't he have that silenced or notifications turned off? Is that not a setting he can do?
Well,
I mean, Joy theoretically could just pop out and like sit at the table with him.
Yeah.
Well, that's if he has the emulator on.
I think that's another thing of like,
because he turns it on when he's at work, when he's going through the scans.
Yeah, but I think if he does that, it lessens her autonomy. It makes her more for him, or more of his, product or his belonging thing than her having her own. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
like,
and I mean, granted,
constantly on.
Yeah,
that
like more.
Okay.
Yeah,
I get. Then in that case, I think I would have liked it a little more if she actually had an interaction. It's just a noise. Like if she just appeared and was there talking to him, or looking over like, what are you eating? What are you looking at? Like some kind of interact. Like she did appear, rather than just a noise of an interaction with her that there's nothing else. It's just for the scene of her going, "Oh, you don't like real girls."
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I think you're bringing up a good point, but I don't. I'm 50-50 on it. Where I think for the most of the time, I feel like there's a decent enough reason why he kind of keeps her as as lacking his need to interact with her or something. But I can see your point of like, well, there's definitely situations where he could have her silenced or whatever, and
it's also a universal noise because that's how Margaret knows. She hears it and goes, "Oh," like she knows what that sound is. So it's not just like any Wallace product; it's specifically a Joy product.
Yeah, yeah. He might have also played it to get her to back off too.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, like, hey, I'm seeing somebody.
Did he?
I don't remember, but
she does say though that later. I mean, she does say later on that like she knew that she was talking to that girl or what, so yeah, unknown as far as why the sound happens, other than just it's linked to Joy, but I don't know if there's a reason why it plays other than just to get a message or something. That is unclear.
Poor coroner.
Poor coroner.
All right.
Poor Coco.
I just re-looked over the scene. He has no interaction with it.
Okay.
He looks down surprised that it goes off.
Yeah, it could be Joy being jealous. I don't know.
Yeah.
Could be, because she does bring up later that she did over here, and she goes, maybe.
Yeah.
So she's listening in the whole time.
That's what I'm going to go with.
Yeah, I think that would be the most likely reason that it goes off.
Okay.
Yeah, the corner.
I guess I would have just liked a little, like...
Yeah, I know.
She leaving and then Joy's there. But then again, in a public space, a Joy model, I think, would get a lot of attention.
Yeah, I think it could just be something where he doesn't want to turn her off, because then that would, again, it would negate
diminish
some of her...
getting the emulator to begin with.
Well, it would diminish her, self and autonomy, and then, but also...
Sorry, you finish.
No, you go.
I was going to say, I don't know if a Joy model would get that much attention. It's a regular thing. Even though this is the only Joy model we constantly see.
Well, yeah. The only ones we see are in advertisement.
Yeah.
There's not ones walking around or any. Then again, I'm sure an emulator is an expensive gift to get.
It's true. Maybe. Like I said, it's kind of up in the air with that.
Well, and he's just like, I mean, he's already kind of walking around and people don't like him. So maybe it's like, oh, he has a Joy or something that's even more of a, who knows?
Could be.
I'll agree that there's some things they probably could have set up a little better with it. I think overall it's okay.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll go to something I do praise, and like is when he goes back to Sapper's place and is like going through the piano and like investigating things. He's wearing gloves. Thank goodness.
I know, such a
get little
simple
annoyed.
detail.
It's so small, but I get annoyed at times when like cops or something go back to a crime scene and just start touching everything.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I'm okay with it if it's like an older, like a retro kind of story, because obviously, like the 20s and 30s, they didn't do that.
As soon as I see a dust printing anywhere in a crime scene, it annoys me that people aren't wearing gloves or put gloves on to like pick stuff up or touch anything.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Sinister. The more retro it is, I'm more okay with it. But if it's anything like sci-fi or futuristic, absolutely they would be wearing gloves.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then I like
it's a nice detail that he's wearing gloves.
Yeah, and I like the idea that he sat there by himself to think, and he also had to search the house before he put it to the torch.
He didn't check under the floorboards, which I feel like should have crossed his mind after his drone scans 30 feet down.
Well, that's the if they scanned and they didn't see anything, then it's probably nothing underneath there.
Well, we didn't really see if his drone picked anything up at the house, which I guess kind of shows that nothing was picked up, but still. The only scan was by the tree.
The fact that he goes back and everything, he probably did,
I imagine he did, just to be sure, because now this is like, we need to close this hole before someone finds out.
Yeah. Also, being that Sapper was like witnessing a miracle, or talks about the miracle, which is probably Rachel giving birth, and this is where she was buried and everything, is that Deckard's piano?
No. His was a grand piano.
Okay. So the one later on isn't his either, right?
No. I don't think it is.
No. Again, I don't...
It's just a nice little trait then to kind of go that if a piano's around, Deckard was probably involved.
Or just general... It seems like with pictures, it seems like, they tend to have, or like the older models, I guess, more so than these newer ones, tend to have trinkets and mementos and pianos and stuff. As a sense of human, creativity and whatnot.
Are you both glad that the usage of photos that Kay has aren't digitally enhanced to add things that you can't see in a 3D space?
Yeah, why wouldn't it be? It makes more sense this way. I am happy they keep the dialogue references, though, to that scene with other stuff, like the drone going through Las Vegas.
I'm curious if the technological advancements in 30 years, if it would be more believable to Crimson on this side than it was in the one from last time, in the first Blade Runner.
I would write that down to question it, because I legit have no idea.
It's still outrageous, but
it's good.
But it's good. Poor Coroner just gets killed by love. I don't really have many notes for that, other than I have no idea how she got away with that. She's in a police station.
Oh, no. Security. They still stick with, I mean, it's a bit of a flaw, but they still stick with the situation that security sucks in Blade Runner.
Well, at least with
kill the madam and walk out.
Yeah, this is the only instance. Well, actually, there's two instances where it's really bad. Here and then later on with Madam. Because those are the only two instances that I think where it's really, really bad. Everything else I think is fine.
They have drones, but they don't have security cameras.
The only thing that I have that kind of defends it a little bit, I'm not disagreeing that it's problematic as it is that she is, essentially, like second in command at like the
largest corporations on the planet,
largest corporation world. I will admit, it's weird that she has to steal the bones, but I guess if they ordered them, then it would look like there was something specifically for the bones. I don't know. Maybe that opens a can of worms that you'd have to explain a lot more, and this would be 4-hour movie instead of a 3-hour movie. Who knows? But I will say that's one thing where I find it weird they had to steal them. They couldn't just go and just be like, oh yeah, we're the Wallace Corporation and we want those.
I mean, like I thought she was telling the truth when she showed him the permit, and then she kills him. Like, oh, guess it was just a distraction.
But they can never lie.
Yeah, which is I don't know. It's weird in the sense that like I know what the scene wants to do, but I think it was just much simpler just to show the permit and kept the
Yeah.
cold-blooded murder thing for just Madame later on.
Well, they do because they go back
Coco
and they're
would
like,
probably be like, I mean, they immediately know it's love, right?
Uh,
I mean,
yes.
they know it's the Wallace
Madame pretty much
Corporation.
says what the coroner wasn't enough later on. You hear from more.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they clearly know, but they did.
Well, was it in that moment piecing it together for Madame, or was it earlier on that she already knew? Was it in the moment love came to discuss and everything that she knew?
I don't know. We don't have anything.
Then at times,
Yeah,
okay.
we don't have any.
Because
we don't have anything whether
because
she
if it's
knows.
not, then it's not. Then it's like love killed Coco because it's like, oh, Coco would report that it was me because they don't have cameras.
But again,
That's like, someone came in and stole.
Yeah. But again, it doesn't. It still sticks out as weird to me because the giant corporation, she's like second in command, basically. That doesn't seem like, even if there was a hoopla, what are they going to do? Well, I guess other than the fact that technically,
I mean,
you're not
like
supposed to have.
Like I said,
you're not supposed to have replicants on Earth killing people. I guess is the whole thing.
Yeah. So the thing about this is that there's ways to get out of this, but the problem is they just do this and we know nothing of how either she got out, fixed the camera situation. We know Madame's perspective. Madame doesn't want to start like, maybe she doesn't want to explode Coco's death because it falls in line with the horror. We're sitting on a political bomb as it is. Let's not say replicants are killing people on Earth again. Like that makes sense for her, but the problem is none of it's in the film. So I do have to chop this down as a small flaw because of it, because there are ways to get out of it, but they don't use any of them, and they're all only assumptions based off of what we can ascertain as the audience, and none of them are seemingly perfect solutions.
Yeah.
Because I agree with you, she's second in command of the most powerful corporation on Earth. I can definitely believe there is a way for her to get in and out without people noticing having killed somebody. But I think we needed a line of dialogue for that. We don't need to even be shown. Just a throwaway line would have fixed it, I think.
Yeah. I will say there's a nice little reference that I kept forgetting because I didn't know when it was placed. After Love, kills Coco, and then Kay is having discussion with Madame or whatever, which I'm sure we'll talk about as well. But when he goes back to the the LAPD building, they're cleaning blood off the walls, and I wonder if like she went, she just like went on like a killing spree or something.
Oh, she went on a rampage through.
Yeah,
killed. Maybe that's what she had to do.
I don't know,
but I don't know.
They don't talk about it at all after, really, so I can't say for sure. But it was a little reference. So I was like, wonder, because this. I mean, it's a police building, so maybe there was a fight or something, but it's just such a specific thing, right? I don't know if it's, how important it is, actually.
It could be her. We just don't know. So
Yeah.
maybe she did fight her way out, and she was just strong enough and badass enough to do that, because she is a good fighter, as we see.
Mm-hmm. Good kicker.
But yeah, on the scene with Madame visiting, I think this to me cements more the fact that I don't think it was a backhanded comment earlier on, because she makes a pass at him in this scene. At least very clearly to me was a pass at him.
Yeah, she did. I missed it the first time.
Yeah, and she clearly thinks that he is real enough to even want to make a pass at, which I think is because she says, we're all looking for something real.
Yeah,
which I think is I don't know. It helps with Madame's character, and the fact that they both then stay professional about it as well. Like they chose not to do that.
It is. It's an interesting interaction.
Yeah.
I kind of, I'd be interested to know what the implications would be on later if anything were to happen, I guess. Because it is it's a weird dynamic because technically she owns him, or the LAPD owns, essentially, but she's head of the LAPD as far as we can gather. So it would be, I guess, a weird dynamic.
Yeah. One of the things I mean, it's clear that she's heard the story before. I think you're right.
Yes.
Of the horse one. Like, has she heard the story before?
I don't know.
No. It's Joy that's heard the story before. She's just asking for what one of his memories is.
Yeah, and then she's like, "That's a good one."
Little K fighting for what's his.
Yeah. That it is a weird interaction once you get that.
Yeah, I quite like it because she's clearly very stressed out by the fact that Coco's dead. Someone stole the bones. The message is out. For her, like, the bomb is dropped. Someone has already figured it out. And I like that she has enough trust in K to come and talk to him about it. But it's just kind of a side note for the scene. I quite like it.
I like it. It's a weird interaction, but I like it. It's only weird because of...
Yeah. I guess I don't see it as weird. I just see it as like...
Well, when I say weird, I mean like just like the idea of asking somebody about a memory that's not technically theirs is weird.
Oh yeah, that's the dystopian sci-fi aspect to it. That makes it very unique.
Yes. But otherwise, I like it.
Yeah, so do I.
Sprinks, do you have anything that you're chomping at the bit to talk about?
Let's see. I have something later, but that's next act. The horse state matches the tree date. He purposely turns on the emulator to bring Joy to work, which is interesting. That I guess it's just for comfort, not so much as a distraction since he is working.
Yeah.
Well, because she knows I think he just might be stressed out, and that's why he brought her.
Yeah. For how fast he's reading the DNA differences tells me that there's more than just biologically designed strength put into replicants.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, he's reading that DNA faster than I could. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It's interesting. I'm curious where the idea came for like the 3 or 4, like the letterings. But it's an interesting way to. Or is that like real like babies, like even in our like age? DNA? Is that how they keep track of it? Yeah.
Yeah, they're oh god, it's not acronym. It's but it's like an acronym in that like it's shortened down to a letter. So it's an initial. Yeah, okay. It's an initial of acetic acids that make up our DNA.
Okay. And that's how we keep track of it even like right now.
That's exactly what we use to keep track right now. I'm gonna make sure I said the right thing. So give me a second. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They're 4 chemicals basically. That stand in with the letters. So.
Okay.
It's accurate. Good. I was impressed with that too. Now that I've studied that shit for a living.
Yeah. I was like I kind of forgot that they were looking at DNA, and I thought they were like. It's like, how can they have like only like 3 letters for like keep track of births and stuff? And then I realized that there was DNA codes and stuff. Again, more muddying of the the waters for vagaries of there's 2 children with the same DNA, a boy and a girl.
Yeah, which we learned was their plan in case anyone got this close.
Mm-hmm. And the girl died of Gillian's disease, or Gillian something. Yeah, I don't know if that's a real disease or not. If that's a made up one for the movie. I have it in front of me.
I do find it cute that he confides in Joy, like the fact that she already knows his childhood story is indicated the fact of how close they are.
It is. It's cute. Yeah, I like though that he's still kind of like ostensibly the answer is like right in front of us, or us and him.
Yeah, and
he's still kind of fighting it because he knows what the implications are for it in the long run, and doesn't. Yeah,
it's it went over my head the first time I watched the scene. The 4 symbols that make up DNA, like that make up a human. And how there's 2 symbols that make up, an AI computer sort of thing, which is, 1s and 0s being binary. Mm-hmm. I kind of liked how eloquently they state that in this scene, and that just kind of flew over my head when I first saw it.
It definitely flew over my head, yeah.
And I think it's actually really cool. That's a nice little detail.
Mm-hmm.
Comparing, I guess, binary to DNA sequencing.
Mm-hmm.
Question I have for when he's driving the car to go like
To the orphanage.
go to the orphanage,
yeah,
and it gets the weather kind of tear,
like
not weather balloon, but weather on it, and gets struck by lightning. Is the emulator connected through the car's energy? Because how does that start short wiring? Because it's on the ground in the passenger seat, right?
Well, I mean, if you're, you can lose power in a lightning storm, presumably, and not have anything related to that. That's kind of what I took it as. It's just like localized electricity will affect localized things. Because if a lightning, say, were to strike my house, it would affect all the electronics, whether or not it directly touched them.
It's yeah. I don't. It's probably related. Yeah.
Well. I see. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if it would affect my phone, but I'm not willing to test it because my phone's expensive.
I'm like, if it's plugged into a charger, it would be, but on its own.
Yeah,
it's like the electrical. What is it? Current in the air, or just like the natural?
Oh,
that gets picked up, but I don't know the difference.
It's essentially
of the interior of this car.
Yeah, it's essentially like it's a holographic projection into the air. It definitely would affect the air particles, but I don't know to the degree.
But it wouldn't hit the emulator, right?
Well, if it affected the car, it would probably affect everything within the car as well, right?
I'm thinking only if it's plugged in. If it's attached to the car.
I mean, there's the thing about static, though, too. Like,
Yeah. If you're in a metal box that gets struck by lightning.
Yeah, I'm going to I can see there being an issue with this, but I'm going to be honest, I don't know enough about the science to comment on it.
Okay. Yeah, also,
so I'm going to
advancements, but
yeah, I will label it down to 50-50. Because I can definitely see where you're coming from, Springs. I don't know why the emulator would necessarily turn off. Because obviously, it's also the first thing to come back on.
If you put it like in a dock or something on it, then it would make more sense to me.
Yeah. Then again, I don't know how her hologram functions still.
Yeah, because it's not like coming out of because he puts it in his like jacket and everything, and it comes out,
it's
normal.
Range.
Yeah, it's got a range to it. So, like, I mean, I can believe that it affected the air enough to affect the emulator, but I don't know if that would keep it turned off for as long as it did, considering how rapidly the car descends to crash.
I was gonna touch on this, but it's been said wrong a couple of times, and it's fine because it's an emanator, not an emulator.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
No,
sorry.
I wrote down emulator.
I just was like, you know what? We've said it enough time. I thought we were only going to say it like once or twice, and I'm like, okay, that's fine.
No, you're right. I have it as emanator in my notes, but I just keep reading it as emulator because I'm fucking dyslexic.
It's all good.
Yeah. Yeah. I have another comment. I like the weather balloon attachment. I think it's a little cool piece of sci-fi tech that feels retro.
It's super analog but futuristic too.
It's cool. I have no idea how he aimed it.
No, that's like
that is my biggest issue. That I have no idea how he aimed it. It was fucking god tier rolling nat 20 kind of thing.
The car didn't seem to be manually driven. It's on autopilot, so it's just going in a straight line.
So he just had to follow.
Yeah, he just arced the shot.
Yeah, but still, what a shot!
You get like 20. Yeah, but if you get like 20 years of doing that, and that's the only way you're probably gonna get food or something. You're gonna get pretty good.
I can believe it. I just what a shot!
No,
it is.
I can believe it got shot. I'm a little more on the thing that it's coincidental lightning storms happening.
That's less for me because weather in this movie is.
It's always constantly raining in LA.
Raining, snowing, storming.
Yeah. In July.
There is a cool world building detail I really liked, which was the seawall. I think that's we kind of see that it acts as a bit of a reservoir, so it actually intakes water, and I think it converts seawater into drinkable water. Just based on the visual look. If it just based on the visual alone, that's what I would guess what the purpose of it is. Obviously outside of the rising sea levels issue.
That's cool.
I like that they kind of touched on this whole junkyard area with the guys trying to break into his car and everything.
Scrappers.
The scrappers, yeah. The
it's a little bit like from the first movie of the ones trying to get Deckard's car.
Yeah, these guys are a little bit
more numerous.
Yeah, a little bit more numerous and a little less comical.
Less less Jawas, more Mad Max bandits.
Yeah. And I love when they're coming over the ridge and you realize that he's fucked, and then missiles, which seems a little bit like overkill, but we'll let it go.
She's got the money for it. I don't think.
Yeah.
One of the things I do like about the thing is just how clinically non-caring she is about what she's doing.
Yeah.
Fire. And like she's getting a manicure while this is happening.
30 degrees left.
Yeah.
Fire.
Fire. It's just another day in the office, really.
Yeah, exactly.
This scene reminded me a little bit of one of my favorite sci-fi movies, Oblivion.
Oh, yeah.
Bringing down someone who's like kind of corrupt to try to break them out.
Is it the Tom Cruise?
Of course, that
one?
wasn't the case, but
yeah. Is that one of your sci-fis?
I'm sorry, there was two questions there. What was?
I said
you first.
Is that the one with Tom Cruise?
Yes.
Okay, I did see that one.
Oh.
And Ryder, what was yours?
I was thinking, I didn't know that was one of your favorite sci-fis. I feel very happy to have shown it to you then.
Oh, I saw it before you showed it to me. Yeah.
You did?
Yes.
Oh, you told me it was your first time when you were watching it. I think it's been a while.
I don't recall my first time watching it with you.
All right.
But I do recall seeing it with you.
I saw that in theaters.
So did I. I did see that in theaters as well.
But I like that she's, it's like, come on, get up, do your fucking job.
Yeah. She's just nonchalant about it. And I like that he's smart enough to look up and see the light in the sky because he knows that's, someone's helping him.
Well, it's not random, which I think kind of, unfortunately, it's helpful in the moment, but it also kind of fucks him later on. Or it's helpful for the Wallace in like the in the moment, but it also fucks them later on because he kind of knows something's up.
Yeah,
an early tip off. Yeah, they played their hand too early.
Like that K does the Bane backbreaker on some random dude.
Oh yeah, so good. And he just immediately just shoots two people who are more heavily armed.
Yeah. He lets the one who's attacking him live, but two random ones far off he just shoots.
Well, he's got to put in a.
Well, he puts I think he shoots the two armed ones. So he clinically went after the ones that are most likely to kill him next or try to attack him next.
Okay.
Which I think is a very cool way to show his skill set briefly before it starts raining missiles. I'm pretty sure the missiles took care of the guy he broke the back of.
I have to say it's very, very satisfying to watch a competent Bladerunner work.
That is true. Yeah, I agree with that.
It is. This is what I wanted to see of Deckard, and very, very good. I think one last thing I want to touch on before we,
dive into the orphanage.
Yes.
I'll comment on the huge garbage dumps left over in the world.
Please.
Again, I think this is a kind of a nod to like all the junk that's over manufactured. Just being like it helps fill in the backstory of the world. Like this feels very distinctly different from like what LA is. This is like the outskirts, what's happened to everything else, and like why there are no trees left on the planet and stuff like that. It's just filled with spaces like this, which I think is really cool.
Multitude of stuff, or sci-fi. The biggest one there, I guess one of the most famous ones that comes to mind is WALL-E.
Yeah, the towers of junk and stuff like that.
Yeah, but also examples that come to mind are Astro Boy, Elysium, and Alita Battle Angel.
Yep. Everyone.
I couldn't get my train of thought back, but it's fine.
Okay.
Do we have anything else for this act? Are we good to go into the next one?
I am done. I'm ready for Act 3.
Yes, I'm ready to touch on something that connects to actually this act, but I didn't want to jump ahead. So.
All right. We're going into the orphanage, and then from the orphanage, we'll be going into the old Bladerunner. All right. So, Springs, go.
Yeah, I'll go. So before we saw the memory or the backstory that Kay has of hiding the horse, and a detail that when he first enters the orphanage and sees all the kids sitting there, which is pretty eerie looking, they're just sitting there not working. The shaved heads are the boys, and the ones with hair are the girls, which is another instance of the show before tell that in the memory, the one that's him has full hair, and the shaved boys are after him.
Yeah, I think that's true. I thought of it just like because back in the day, way before our time, that was how you got rid of lice, was shaving heads. So I always imagined that it was somewhat random. But now looking at it, yeah, you're right.
I just like that as a initial first show hint that it's a girl's memory in him.
Can I talk about the guy running the scrap recycling?
Oh yeah, sure. The dude who gets punched in the face.
Yeah, I love that dude. I know I've seen him in other stuff, but I can't remember off the top of my head right now. But he's great. But I love his whole thing. He's like bigger people than you have done this, and they were men at that. Like such a insult to him. He's a replicant. I definitely missed that like the first time I saw it.
Is this the guy who was who in Guardians of the Galaxy when introduced to Star-Lord?
I think maybe, yeah. Oh no,
I don't think that's the same actor. I'll look it up, but I don't think so.
Yeah, he's been in a bunch of stuff though. I know that, and he's really, really talented.
Yeah. Otherwise, I think he's the guy from Walking Dead and Rogue One.
Definitely Walking Dead. I don't remember who's he in Rogue One.
Oh, he's okay. So we are thinking of the same guy. Yeah, it's in Rogue One. He's the old crazy guy who dies.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah. I'm forgetting his Star Wars name, and it's bugging me because he's one of my favorite characters in Andor.
I'll look that up. Wait, maybe we're not thinking of the same guy actually. Are you thinking of Forrest Whitaker?
Forrest Whitaker, yeah.
Lenny James, is that the actor?
No, it's not that guy. Not the same guy. Lightning James.
Lenny James, is that the name of the actor?
Yes.
We're talking about?
I think so.
Yeah, Mr. Cotton.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Cotton. And he is in The Walking Dead, but he is not in Rogue One. Yeah, he's really good though. But yeah, I like him in this where he's very abrasive, and he's kind of like got this. It's almost like a
his
used car salesman vibe or something. I don't.
His name is Lenny James.
Yeah, Lenny James. He is in Walking Dead though. He's in
the original Blade Runner. Apparently, he's got a screen credit for that.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah. Where is he? I don't remember him in that film.
Let's see, career. Oh, the first thing I see him in is Tyrell. First thing he's in is in 1995. I think it was one of those things where they
maybe, yeah.
He's in this one, and then like the internet says he's in the kind of like we there was like somebody started a fake rumor that Vin Diesel was in Avatar: Way of Water, and he was credited in it, and we were trying to figure out who he was, and then we found out it was fake.
God damn it!
It was fake, and yeah, that would have been really cool though if he was in that both. That would have been amazing.
Yeah.
But no, I really like his character, and I mean he's
here very shortly, but he gets the point across.
Yeah.
He's a horrible person for child labor. So it's very satisfying when a replicant punches him in the face.
Well, yeah,
just take me to the records.
No.
I don't know if this would help either one of you here, but he's also in Destiny 2, Shadowkeep. He plays Lord Shaxx.
Oh,
Yeah, that doesn't. But that makes sense.
that makes sense.
The guy's got a big career. Okay, let be the
I
end
just
of it.
didn't know if that would cement a little more into you, or
No,
you
yeah,
know, you gamers who listen to the pod.
yeah,
To
obviously,
help you
because
out.
gamers and movie lovers,
Well, some people
same
are like, I
breed.
don't know the actor's name, so
Oh, no, I am agreeing with you, even though it sounded like I was being sarcastic. It was after I said it. But
I guess
this
it
is
was in this act of what was this act that he goes back for the horse, right?
yes.
Yeah, while
He goes back.
he does that while he's here at the
He
orphanage. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When he goes back for the horse, before he turns over the date, he examines the head, and you can see that there's that the front of the face of the horse is not smooth, and it is like jagged, and I think that is because it's supposed to be a unicorn and the horn's been cut off, which would make more sense as to why Deckard would make a unicorn sculpture.
Yeah. Well, they are stuff that he's Whew, it is his carvings, as we find out later.
Yeah.
To pass the time.
You think though he'd get a little bit better at it than he
The
spends
thing
that much
is
time
that
there.
I guess if it's a unicorn, it doesn't fit with the Rachel thing, which is
Yeah,
why it's a
that's-
horse. The Rachel
Yeah.
thing of like all the carved animal names.
That's fair.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. It
I mean,
is
they
his
call it a
first one
horse.
though.
I mean, they say it's a
Yeah.
horse.
Yeah, I think it was originally maybe there was something with like the unicorn thing, and then that got, you know.
I think he thought maybe it could be connected to him, so he broke it. Or
It's a little
Yeah,
weird.
no,
Sorry, go on.
no, you're. I think there was a. I know when they were making this, they couldn't or they can't remake the original Blade Runner. So the Blade Runner. So that has to stay. The source material. They can't ever like do like a reboot or like of the original Blade Runner.
no, that's why they reused lines from the first one.
Yeah, that's why they reuse lines. But so maybe I don't know. No. Oh, it's the I think the thing. It's like ears or something on the sides where you said it looked jagged. It looks like it's kind of like supposed to be like ears, which is weird though because horses' ears are on the side and not on the top of the head. Who knows? But it's a nice little catch.
Really like his acting in this scene, like how distraught he is when he finds it.
Yeah,
Like
he's
even as he's approaching it, because
because he knows if it's there, it's
it's a memory of
creates more
his, quote unquote.
yeah, that's not supposed to be real.
But this is, I think, one of the strongest points of his acting here is just because, like, it's all barely hidden. He's trying to keep it buried. No, I do have.
That's good.
Yeah, I do have a small problem with this. I mean, they show the car turns back on, but but it felt like he was stuck here. So it just to go from this back to his apartment was a bit of a jump for me.
Yeah,
because they show it crash and everything. Yeah,
I mean, it did power back on.
Like I said, that's what I'm saying. They show it power back on, which is a point in favor of it, but I think I needed something else.
Yeah, and he does have the the freaking drone watch the car.
Yeah. So presumably the drone massacred a bunch of people.
You're right. I would have liked to have seen him.
Like I said, I don't need to see him repair the car or anything, but just to see him get back in and take off. Just enough for us to know that it works, because we're kind of left in limbo with it.
I gotta agree. It is a little sudden, but all in all, not the worst sin to commit in a movie.
Yeah, it's not the worst. Once again, Joy's actress does a good job. Wants to name him Joe, which I think hurts a lot more later on, and it helps. I don't know. Helps fuel the rage, shall we say?
The silent rage.
Yeah, but I think it works in this scene as a very it's part of her program to try and comfort him. So
it's a little unfortunate that it doesn't seem like it's creative. It's not an original thought.
Yeah.
of calling him Joe. Like, it's just programming.
Obviously, it's program. I mean, I feel like when she says it, it's not her trying to be programmed, but it's innately in her, so she can't, it's you can use it as a template, but you can't break it. You know what I mean? I think with her, so I think it's coming from as close as she can get to a sense of empathy and emotion, but obviously it's hardwired in at some point. So then Joe comes out.
I understand what you're saying, Spriggs. Like, I would have preferred it to be more unique. But I think the fact that it's so mundane almost adds the, like, just normal human aspect to it.
Yeah, it also fits with the film a little more of the not knowing the full reason behind it until later.
Yeah.
Like they did with the paper and pen, they did it with the thought, like the hair on the memory, and then now this. So.
And then we get the whole line of, like, you look like a good Joe. And I think that the delivery of that later on, just like I said, it adds to the silent rage. Like, if he was on the fence, like, that just tipped the scales. Like, all right, Wallace is gonna die, that sort of thing.
Yeah, Wallace, you're gonna die.
And it's her idea to go see who makes the memories. So Joy is also helping him out when he's clearly emotionally distressed, which I quite like. It's a nice detail.
Yeah, I like. And I love I don't think we've really talked about it, but I love the set designs for all of these places that they kind of go to. Especially the orphanage is. I love that factory,
run down factory look. Yeah.
Yeah.
So out of the way, like nothing else is around it.
Nothing's around it. It's just, I mean, it looks like something out of Mad Max. Seriously. But I think the thing I like about it is because in this movie, we don't really have because what I loved in like Blade Runner is how dilapidated a lot of the buildings and stuff was, because decay. And this one, I mean, there's still decay, and there's still we have a fucking giant outstretch of junkyards as far as the eye can see, but a lot of it is kind of this brutalist architecture, which is it's a fitting image, and I think it works really well for this era of the 30 years on. And it's a different kind of dystopia. It's more of a bureaucratic dystopia than just like a the world's falling apart dystopia. But I love that we still had that rundown aspect in there, even if it's just a couple little scenes.
I'll go to when Kay meets up with Dr. Anna Stelling.
Mm-hmm.
And she comments that she was put in this cage at the age of 8 and was allowed to use her imagination to create places where she's never been or can go. And I think that can be a bit dangerous for a developed brain at the time and memory of an 8-year-old using imagination to create memories of others. Of course, she's the best there is at what she does, that to create implants and memories. But it's interesting that there's no, like, how did she learn? Like, I don't know if people came to visit and like gave her imagery or videos to go off of, or
I don't know if she says that like she had like the device and everything growing up. When she was like 8 or whatever. I think they just had her in a room, and they filled it with like toys and games and stuff. But this developed, so I don't think she was from 8 years old like making up memories and that sort of thing.
Yeah, she was put in the box at 8. We don't know when she started.
Yeah, we don't know.
We just know it turned into that because she had to have the imagination to entertain herself, which is it works in that kind of sense. There's also a neat detail here that I really like, is that it's illegal to use real memories, is what she says.
Yeah.
Which is why she doesn't come forward at any point to say it's hers.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
But she does say that it happened.
Yeah.
It was real. Which is, again, it's something where I wish I could see this movie again blind, like not know what's going to happen, because I didn't expect any, like, the twists and stuff in this movie. I missed that.
That's fair. But it's a good double speak, because I like that we see his reaction from her POV, his POV, and then we see his reflection on her. So we're still watching her tearing up as he's throws a chair and stomps out. Well, it
God
doesn't.
damn it!
Yeah.
Yeah. And that just proves that being it is real memory, that means the implant in him when he was created kind of puts that K was created illegally.
Well, yes.
If it's illegal to use real memory implants.
Yeah, but I mean, they wouldn't know that, though. The idea is that, it's something she created on a whim maybe one day, and then it just happened to get submitted.
Or, I always read it as like maybe, every once in a while she would put it out there into like a new model or something, and then maybe that model sort of actually go out and discuss, you know what I mean? Like trying to, have somebody on the outside look into what's going on, or
Maybe. There's a few reasons that can get through.
Okay.
There you go.
No, I'll save it to the end because it's my big question in the film, but I'll ask it at the end.
Okay.
I find it interesting that Kay got arrested.
We have our compromised baseline test, but yeah, he gets arrested.
Yes.
Which, it makes sense. They don't know what he's up to, and he's a replicant, so they would arrest him.
I found that questionable. I don't know why.
No, it makes perfect sense. In the sense that, you don't want a rogue replicant going around. They have no idea what she's doing. He's taking too long. He hasn't checked in. That was the big. That was the biggest excuse.
The only thing, well, it wasn't that he didn't check in. It's Madam was trying to contact him.
Yeah. Well,
which we don't see.
Yeah,
we don't see him hang up a phone or there was nothing shown of her actually contacting him. It's just said through the speaker of the police cruiser.
Oh no, he says an arrest, but Madam says later on that he wasn't checking in. He didn't answer the calls.
Yeah, it could have been when he's in the orphanage and the car's been zapped. Like maybe she called when the car crashed or something, and just didn't get picked up because it's been electrocuted.
Oh, yeah, that's one half. But the other.
But
it's okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I was gonna say it makes sense that he gets arrested because they don't want a rogue replicant going around. But I'm assuming the issue that you would then take is that they don't show the build up to that.
The issue I take with it is he's still on the case at this point. It's not till after where he fails the baseline, then you're off duty for 48 hours for your next test. That makes sense to go rogue there if there's a problem. Right here, he's still investigating a crime in the case. So why can't he go anywhere he wants to go?
If you're missing check-ins and you're a dangerous replicant, that's going to bother your superiors. I don't have an issue with him being arrested.
No, that's why I'm saying the check-in of the electricity, like if Madam's trying to call him there or contact him and can't and doesn't get a hold of him, that makes sense. Him not being can't be at the orphanage or be at the memory center or anything, that part doesn't make sense to me. Well, why can't he be anywhere he wants to be?
Well, because he's not saying, hey, I need to go here because this is part of the case. All they're seeing is him going to an orphanage, outskirts, and then going to a memory doctor. It doesn't make any sense of the case, and because he's not checking in and telling them why he needs to go there, or because you have to remember he's a replicant. He is there under, he is owned by them, and he is subservient. So if he needs to go somewhere, he needs to give a plausible reason why he needs to go there, and they will tell him he can go there.
Okay, remind me, is there a scene of after him going back to Sapper's house before burning it, and he gets the photos from the piano? Does he check the photos in that he got them?
I don't think so. He still has them, which he wouldn't technically.
He doesn't check them in, though. He shows off the sock to Madam.
Yeah, the sock,
but he doesn't show the number. Yeah, he doesn't show the picture.
That's when she visits him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is a bad sign if she has to go to his place in order to check in with him.
Well, at that point, that point is.
Or did she walk in?
She was already in.
She was already inside?
I don't remember.
No, she walks in through the door when he's there. He's already there. She comes in through the door. She does knock or ring the doorbell,
so
whatever equivalent is.
He opens the door for her.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, because there's 2 instances after that. I just didn't know if it happened 3 times or twice, where there's so many, I guess, homeless throughout the whole stairwell and everything of this apartment place, and he has like a barcode and everything to get in, like big locks the door. And I was just wanting to check if she just walks in and waltzes in, or she was let in.
No, she was
Because
let in.
it's also okay. It's also later that the Margaret character walks right in, which could be Joy unlocking the door. Then Joy has connection to the door.
I think it's Joy.
Yeah, Joy can control the door. Yeah.
And I think at least with Madam, she's his superior, so she probably has access to his apartment if need be.
It was Madam, Margaret, and Love, just all in the apartment, and I didn't know if that was just a fault on.
Well,
Love we can assume broke in. The other two were let in.
Love broke in. Yeah. Love broke in. The other two were let in. Yeah. But no, it's something where they arrested him and everything, and then they gave him the baseline test immediately. They didn't start questioning him or whatever because they needed to know if he, and the fact that he's doing all this stuff and then he's off his baseline, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's why when you next see him in Madam's office, there's a bunch of security officers around him. Madam dismisses them because Madam has implicit trust in him, which is really a nice detail that I quite like. But yeah, it's not that him going around by himself is what got him arrested. It's that he's not checking in is what got him arrested. Because they don't know because you don't want a dangerous replicant out on the street, pretty much. Yeah,
and we see later on they have access to his location tracking and everything, so they kind of.
Actually, here's a good example. He checks in with Madam as soon as he's done with Sapper. He gets back into the car with the eyeball and immediately talks to Madam first thing. So he is used to checking in regularly.
Yes.
But it's with this damn case. He just can't let it go.
Yeah.
Well, the case was never like, you're off the case and he's still continuing. It was never brought up. Madam never said you're done.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, she was going to tell him. She was going to sack him, I'm pretty sure. But he'd already, quote unquote, finished the job.
So he had technically done what he was asked to do, which, saves him.
Yeah, and you know what? And then she's like, "All right, I can get you out of the building, but your next baseline test is up to you."
Yeah, that's after the arrest.
Yeah, that's after the arrest.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because he failed it, and he's got a.
At this point, I think it's a rogue situation, like wherever he goes now, if he's under surveillance. But it's not quarantine kind of situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it made sense. Saw it kind of it's going rogue.
I do like the emotional outburst that Kay finally has at when the memory he's told is real. I think I touched on her reaction to it, but I like his reaction because he's very, very contained and he just let it out there.
Remind me a little bit of Spock. He's emotionally distressed.
I'm emotionally distressed.
And with that, you've triggered about every other Star Trek fan in existence. Good job. I approve.
Oh, yeah. This the VR or the VR's like sex scene was interesting. I did not expect that.
It didn't even get to sex.
They did.
They did. It's implied that they had sex. We don't need it on screen. But
I'm saying there's no sex scene. It's just.
Yeah, but because they're a little bit more tasteful than a lot of others.
We don't need it. We didn't need a sex scene, but I do. Yeah. It's definitely creative choice that kind of shows, I guess, the complications of like I don't know
model.
But I mean, obviously she can't do anything for her lover, but. I think it's very interesting in that it's a blend of like technology over somebody real, which is very, very different.
It looked like it was a deep fake that was breaking.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I think that's intentional.
Yeah. Have either one of you two seen the film Her?
Yes.
It reminded me very much of that scene.
Yeah.
There's a scene in the movie Her that's very similar.
I'm trying to see if I like this more than that, or if I like that more. I remember finding both of them kind of uncomfortable, but I think
the visual a lot more in this one. This one is more to the world and everything. The other one is very more, I think, character and love. The other one focuses way more on romance than this one.
Yeah.
This is more of a technological / dystopic / sci-fi thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's Joy doing something. I mean, they're both the female partner doing something for the boyfriend, but I think her focuses far more on relationship building than this one does.
Yeah. It's
and I apologize for comparing the two movies. Some people could say like I'm way off in that.
I mean, both of them
regard,
are.
But
you're way off your baseline.
AI heavy.
I mean, the other one's, her is also a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, they're both. I mean, Joy and her are AI, so it fits.
Yeah.
If only they'd known how far we'd come.
Yeah, but, they can make art now. Things are weird.
I like the detail that Joy, when they're kissing, Joy's eyes are closed and Margaret's are wide open.
Yeah. Yes, I did like that as well.
Yeah, I also like that they're not. I remember when I first, when I was, because it's been a while since I've seen this. I remember them being more in sync than they were, and I was happy that they were kind of. It was a little bit less so in the actual version.
It makes it for real, I think. Like like it's
more real.
Yeah, it's like an AI trying to mimic that.
Nice little segue into what I'm going here with real though. Earlier, the cut of the phone call in the rain with Joy in the phone call cut Kay's like connection of like almost getting stuck in the moment to sharp cut to reality.
Mm-hmm.
This part did the same thing, I think a little worse, where while they're kissing, it cuts to a advertisement of Joy, which kind of gives like, she's a product that can be purchased. I think this is the tell part or the show, the answer to what she is. But it cuts to that, which I think is also in the same vein of this is a cut to show like, hey, she's fake in a way.
Yeah.
And it's not real.
Yeah, it's all an illusion, which I think is supported by the whole, thing that comes later with you look like a good Joe.
Yeah. But that's not. I don't mean for it to be. It's fine. It's fine in the reveal that hey, this is what Joy is, but I think it dampens the cause of why it was pulled to a cut to show the advertisers in this scene. I think it's for the audience to kind of like it's a reveal. I don't think it's as strong as it could have been in a reveal type situation.
I think it's just a reminder. Like, I mean, very obviously she's a product. That's why whenever she shuts off, we have the Wallace Corp thing come up.
Well, true.
It's just reinforcing that.
But that's only to audience. It's not to Kay. The first instance with the phone call breaks Kay, and it's a Kay thing. This one does not. This one is simply just a cut shot of showing the advertisement to an audience to then going back to Kay in the moment.
Is that a problem?
I don't see it as good because it's not breaking anything of Kay, and it's simply just an audience shown thing with the advertisement
presumably
cut in between.
Could just be that the advertisement could just be happening somewhere in the world, and they just cut to that.
I think they should have cut that after the whole scene, because then it cuts back to them kissing, and then like the strip. It's in between the two, and I think we should have ended with that.
No. The advertisement cut happens afterwards, though. Like when the scene ends, it cuts back to that, and it's just Margaret waking up in the morning.
Okay, so it's from it.
It is after the scene.
Okay, it's not in between my mistake.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's after that to the morning.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that flows better in my head than memory, but still, it's played to an audience viewpoint and not to Kay.
Well, because we've grown with the Joy character.
Okay.
And
sorry. You first, Sinister.
Okay. We've grown with the Joy character, and we've come to empathize with her, and we've come to, attribute, the real emotions to her, even though we've had that, breaking thing with the phone call and all that stuff. There's still a lot of her that is very sympathetic and empathetic with Kay's character. So, I think and we're having this moment now where she's trying to give Kay, physical intimacy that she obviously can't, give her, and she's using this surrogate who she know that Kay does have some affection for in some way. and it's going. I mean, it's a little strange and everything, but we can at least assume that in this world, that's something that does happen, obviously. But it's a tender, very emotional moment. But then with that cut, it takes us and reminds us it's just an AI. It's just a product piece. It's not something that is. But it's also this interesting juxtaposition of K isn't real and neither is Joy, but somehow because K is a physical being, K is more real than Joy is, and whatever complex things you can make out of that. That's why I'm okay with it, because I'm like, it's a nice little reminder as an audience that is this humanity, or is this a human experience, or is this something else? That's how I think it works.
Okay.
I'm sure Ryder has a much more eloquent way to put it than I do.
No, I have more of a question. So, the issue is I don't want to delineate and say that, like, well, you can't. When you say that, like, it's because it's just portrayed specifically to the audience alone, that can't inherently be a bad thing, right? Because, I mean, like, I get what you're saying. Like, it's not Kay's perspective. This shot is explicitly here for the audience and nobody else. For me, that's not an issue, but I'm curious as to where you draw the line now with that. Because if that bothers you, wouldn't every modern reference in Ready Player One bother you? Because they're explicitly for the audience.
Ryder, you take when I have a small issue with something, you take it as like a whole issue of a problem, and that's not how I view like a big difference.
No.
Made this example to me.
The reason I do that is because I'm trying to find your standard. So the reason, like I said, I don't necessarily need to turn this to a big issue, but I'm curious where that line is for you, so I understand your standard for it. Because you're right, this is explicitly for the audience. But why is it bad?
The first instance of example shown is an emotional piece to the character of Kay, where it's on both viewpoints of audience knowledge and character knowledge, of interacting at the same point of the phone call, interrupting Joy in the moment of the rain. This instance of the cut is only played to Kay, or only played to the audience to show the product, and like just the break, kind of like, hey, remember, still a product, still an AI, which is the show now because it's an advertisement, which we haven't seen before. So in that instance, it's good because it's the answer to the question, which this film does, but it has no connection to Kay. I think it would have been stronger to do both, which they've done before with the rain scene. If it was, I think a phone call would have been too cheesy because they already did that. It's kind of reusing the same thing. I don't think that should have been the thing. I think if it was, maybe, I don't know, maybe if Joy like changed her outfit like she's been doing, and it made Kay like open his eyes because of a flash of light to kind of get a realization of that, but still in the moment. So it's like it's small and hinted, but it still helps, and then cut to the scene. So that way they don't have to be in the same exact point of shot, but it's a connection because, as I said, it's only two audience. If it's like Kay realization and then audience realization, I think it would have been stronger for the emotional connection of Kay, but only at the end, not during, because then it kind of breaks up why he's still going along with it. But then again, it's for love of Joy, but
yeah. I mean, like, it already comes in threes, though. So we have this, and then we have the thing at the end, which is essentially what you're saying, Kay's perspective again on the Joy in her base model or whatever. So, like I said, I still don't get why it's bad, though. I know...
The scene stands out as one of the only ones that I see that plays to audience, and nothing else.
But is it bad to play to audience?
But how is it bad, though? I don't understand.
I never said it's bad. I never said it's a bad thing. I said it takes it out and it's not as strong or not as good.
I'm sorry. Let me clarify. You said it's a problem. That's what you used. That is the word you used. So how is it a problem? It's okay if you can't answer. We can save it for the recap. But I
I don't know really how to word it other than what is shown already with the connection of character and audience in a scene, which they did very well and very beautifully. And to this where it's not character focused, unless they're playing it where it does not need to be character focused, but they're reusing the reaction to audience of, hey, reminder, but it's being played as an answer of, this is a product, which they did beforehand with the phone call of, this is a product, that's what you froze during the phone call. So it's in the same connection of similarities to audience that joy is a product. It's just the answer that what a joy is advertised in the world and whatnot. But it has no character connection to characters in this scene, and it seems to be the only scene that stands out to me in this whole film that plays solely just to an audience reaction and nothing connected to anything else.
Then I guess this will be interesting. Do you consider Joy a character?
Yes.
So how is this not a connection to Joy then?
This version of Joy, not the advertisement of a Joy as a whole.
Yeah, but is it
The
not still
customized version?
Yeah, but is it not still a connection to her as a character then? If you're admitting that the one in the room with Kay is a character, this can still be to that character because it's directly related to someone in that room.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's the answer to the question, like, where did Joy come from? How is Joy a thing? Where's that? And it's shown here as the advertisement. This is her, but it's played as the reminder. I see it as being played more of a reminder of a product versus the answer to a question.
Okay.
But it seems to be the only one scene in this film that stands out, at least to me, that's not tailored to any character except mainly audience.
Tailored to character.
Well, like every other scene is a character, like all the backstory and the implants or something with Deckard or Rachel from the other film, or connections of like, why do you go talk to Gaff? Anything to do with Madam, the precinct, the Wallace Corporation, any connection to Tyrell. Like everything is connected to some character throughout the whole film in an aspect or another. This is the only thing that is not, to me, because it's played as a reminder of Joy being a product and not, I mean, as I said, the answer to the question of where she comes from, but it's not actually her.
Okay. I guess my follow-up question is the use of the Sony advertisement bad on the corporation wall thing? Because that is also purely for the audience. We all recognize what Sony is.
But then again, it's the only... I mean, it's something they can get away with because it's Sony made the film, so they can only do so many product placements of used. Like the first film had Coca-Cola being used.
And so did this one. This one had Coca-Cola in it as well.
Oh, this one? Okay.
Because now... I'm just, like I said, I'm just trying to find where you're at, and that's why I'm asking difficult questions. I apologize. It's because what's the difference between that then and the Coca-Cola advertisement and the Sony advertisement? Because for me, those are more meta. Like, we know what those are. Yes, it's quote unquote product placement, but isn't all of those at some point or fashion just audience only?
Those are used more. I mean, yeah, those are for, I think, more the world building, and those parts are used for more transitional pieces of like big advertisement, go down to the small marketplace, or go from a police cruiser takeoff through the world to wherever they're heading. It's like those are transitional shots and parts of showing the world and establishing shots of the world. Establishing shots of the world, of locations. And this one is not. This one's simply just answering the question of where she comes from. But I think if you just exclude this scene, like if you just took the scene out to go to the morning, and then the realization is later with the "You Look Lonely" scene, would have been far stronger in a payoff to the audience, in my opinion, of where she comes from.
Okay, but this is all right. So is it the lack? Do you think this undercuts the payoff? Is the big thing then? Because I would say to you, this is a transitional piece. It's used to transition to the morning. So
they just like rocked up, kissed or whatever, and then it cut to the morning. That would feel really odd. And with this, it gives us a piece of information that we can choose to do with what we wish, while also getting us to the next scene somewhat organically without much of a editing issue. And I don't think
it does get that.
And I don't think it's spoon, like, okay, we see it and we go, okay, Joy is a product, but even so, if it's just like to say Joy is a product, it doesn't give us more than that of just like, okay, Joy exists. It's not just, this is like a version of Joy or whatever, Joy exists and, people have them and everything, and it's, giving us that.
It's difficult in the sense of, because I think I understand what you're trying to say about it, Springs. The problem is it just doesn't, I don't think that would works in the sense that like this is
in that context. Then, is there any other scene either one of you could give me an example in this film that does not connect to a single character?
There's a dancing cheerleader version of Joy when he's down eating rice.
That's not Joy. That's a ballerina.
No, that's Joy.
That's Joy is the ballerina?
No, there's a ballerina. It's the dancing cheerleader or whatever with the pom-poms and shit. Swear to God. That's true.
I'll try to find it, but okay.
Okay. This is I guess that goes back to, oh man, that's just that right there will just trace back to an argument that we've regularly had, which is if a film does something once and they don't do it more than that, it's bad or it's a problem.
Well, no, that would be problematic to me if they show that Joy is a product before this transitional piece. Then why is this transitional piece even shown?
Well, I mean, they show she's a product. They show she's a product. They've shown she's a product multiple times.
Yeah, when he's eating rice, there's a dancing
Well, I mean, like I said, I'll just go to the point where where she glitches in the rain, right, and then she pauses. That's an obvious she's a product. But also when she has to load into the emanator, she's just a product. Like because the loading screen comes up and the classical music starts playing.
Yes, but at this point, we don't know where she comes from. We don't know if Kay made her. We don't know if someone gifted it to her. We don't know what she is or where she comes from.
Oh, they say Wallace Corp. And
yeah, she's Wallace.
Or replicants are also Wallace Corp.
Yeah, and Love explicitly says Love has a conversation with.
Yeah. So you're happy with our product?
Yeah, like they talk about Joy, in while he's in the wall exploring records with Love. So that also explicitly they refer to her as a product then as well.
I think it's just something where you're having a transitional piece, and it's this very emotional, very and also physical.
It's supposed to be a very intimate scene, and this is supposed to be, it's supposed to undercut that. That's the intention of this.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to be happy in Bladerunner universe, but
yeah. So they're having this moment of joy and ecstasy and what have you. And then you pan out, and there's an ad for exactly what is happening right now. Essentially, Joy is everything you want her to be, and so in this moment, he wants her to be physical, and so she's going to be physical, but she isn't naturally physical, and she isn't naturally, human. It's all there. So I think I understand what you're saying, and I think you have a point. It's maybe a point I don't necessarily agree with, but I think you have a point, and it's a point we could argue about till the cows come home. Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely.
So I think we have something.
Sorry.
Sinister, your cheerleader one, is it the one like in blue tint with like a milk product?
Yeah.
Was the goal to find something that's not related to character at all in an advertisement?
Not an advertisement, a scene.
Oh.
A scene? That's not a scene.
Find something that's not character related.
The piece is a scene. That's a cut.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Well, in case, apologies. Sinister and I define scenes differently. I'll just say it that way then.
Well, what if I go to a scene selection? Is it going to come up?
Okay, so for you, a scene selection is whatever the scene starts with in a scene selection to the
I know in a script what a scene is. I'm just saying when I watch a movie, it's different. It's where the story, the narrative is, not just where the edit is. I agree with you. I just understand I when I'm talking about scenes and stuff, that's what I'm going with more so than just where the edit is.
I'm admittedly confused about your assignment, Springs, but you can give it to me in the recap or whatever.
Okay.
So.
That's fine. If you're saying, I'll just say that if you're saying that they've already established beforehand what Joy is as a product and where she comes from, and that's already discussed up to this point, that dampens this transitional shot for me. That it's not an answer because it's already given.
So it's worse because it's already given?
For me, it is, because I saw this scene as to the audience, this is an answer of where Joy is or what she comes from.
God. Can't win for losing.
You're saying it's already been made.
I can't. We're gonna move on. We are like
this is a. I like how this is like a scene where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Either if it's the only scene,
I've proved my point and it made it worse. That's what that is.
I shouldn't say bad. It's a problem. That's the correct terminology. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm
trying. Now I got to remember where the F we are.
We could probably go to just the following morning, I think. Just go right into the next scene and then hop around from there.
Okay.
I do have a problem with the next scene. Joy would notice Lady of the Night putting a listening device on Kay. That I do have a problem with. Joy would notice, and Joy would tell him.
I agree.
She runs the house.
She runs the BF.
Alright. Ow. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I do like the Joe conversation. It's interesting, especially because of how it plays out later on in the film. It's an interesting point that kind of again, I said, on paper, Joy is a very simple character or archetype.
Yeah,
character.
we have to change that because I agree with Sprix's criticism on that. It's not a
character archetype.
Simple character. But...
Simple archetype, and you realize that she's sort of pushing the narrative forward a lot more, especially with the Dr. Sapling scene, and then the morning after. Maybe.
I got something very minor, which is not a nod. At least I don't think it's a nod. It's just another one of those coincidences. But the man who inspects the horse of where the wood comes from is Dr. Badger. And he says he can get you a lot of things. What a coincidental thing that could be a tribute to Badger from Firefly. Of someone who can get you things in a sci-fi futuristic setting.
Isn't that guy also in Captain Phillips?
Oh, is this the guy who takes over the ship?
I think it is.
It might be the same actor.
I think it might be. He looks really, really familiar. I don't want to say that and have it not be true because that could read wrong, but
it could be. But I think the Badger name is just coincidental.
Well, yeah. I'm gonna look it up so I don't look silly.
So I guess while Senator's looking for that, we touch on it a little of the security systems in this world and how they function. How do you think it is that Love walks in, kills Madam, and just walks out of a precinct?
Yeah, that this one is like I said, those are the two main ones that I have big fucking issue with because I don't think it works. I don't know how she got out.
Mean, she has a button under her desk just to turn her monitors off.
Well,
there's no emergency call button or
Yeah. You know, I just thought of something really dumb, but I kind of want to see it. I imagine that she kills Madam, then breaks out the window, and she floats down like fucking Mary Poppins with her umbrella.
If only.
If only. Yeah, no, it doesn't work. I agree, Springs. This is a problem. I think they tightened up security fairly well outside of these two scenes, but these two scenes stand out.
We saw earlier during the first baseline test when someone shoulder checks Kay and calls him a skin job. There's people walking all over the precinct.
Yeah,
it's not empty.
It's a fucking problem. I have no.
The only thing she has on her side is that she has a huge company. That's about it.
Ryder, this is a worse problem to me than the kid escaping the precinct and weathering with you.
Wow, I wish Crimson was here for that. I actually think I agree though, because the precinct in Weathering with You is very small. Here, we're shown like hundreds of people that walk around here. Like just on the level of alone of how many people there are.
Like I take it the Madam is like the commissioner, like the high up, the chief.
She's either the commissioner or she just runs the Bladerunner sect. Either way, she's still pretty high up the chain of command. But yes, I agree. Hello?
Oh, yep, sorry.
Hi, still here.
Okay, sorry. There was.
I did look. I was looking up the Captain Phillips thing, and didn't want to interrupt. It is one of the same actors. There's a couple in it. Which one he is?
Fair enough.
But he was in the movie.
I guess I'll touch on how does I don't really know because something also I didn't look up when they said go to the most radiated, like no one lives out there because of radiation. How do bees get affected by radiation? Because that seems to be the only other life form like
very, very slowly.
Unless those are artificial bees, but
I also have the same note. I have no idea if it supposedly is irradiated as they implied it was. The bees would be dead.
The dead bees.
Yeah, it gives the answer as to what food source Deckard's living off of, but
yeah, honey. Lots of honey and whiskey.
Lots of honey and whiskey.
Breakfast of Champions.
Yeah, there was one nice detail I like when they're in the streets before they go out that far. I like that Joy is the one keeping watch because she's more of a crowd face, I guess would be the right word. Like everyone knows who Joy is, so
yeah, so a little less obvious.
Yeah,
it is interesting.
I take it replicants can go into radiation.
Yes.
I would guess, assuming that Las Vegas is as irradiated as they implied it to be.
Yeah, and then it's interesting that I guess it's just what he had on hand, but Deckard has both physical tripwire traps and motion censored traps.
This is true.
Probably one to get rid of the
other. Yeah.
Sure, the motion ones are for replicants, and then the wire ones are for humans.
Also, something I just found a little odd, because, again, it only happened once, and I don't know why it didn't happen again, but during the whole, like, glitchy light thing with the holographic Elvis presentation, there's a little bit where it pops to, like, a giant Marilyn Monroe, and that's it. It's one time.
Well...
Like, there's other performers or something that only happens once. Everything else is just Elvis.
Well, yeah. Well, that makes sense because it's glitching out, so something could only happen one time.
Well, I mean, it's glitching out. I don't really know what to say other than that. I don't think it's a problem. It's just
yeah.
Happens
I mean, it's glitching out, but it's glitching out the entirety of an Elvis performance.
But it's glitching out. So there's obviously other performances loaded in.
It just never glitches back to any of that.
Should it? Would it be a glitch if it glitched back to that? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out.
Only thing I can think of is if it's like a continual loop of performances, like it's like a whole 24-hour thing that just like as soon as one finishes, it starts up again. Like there's no like one loaded at a time. So it was like a Marilyn Monroe performance to an Elvis one. So it's only glitched at the beginning because it's like skipping back. That's the only thing I can think of that would work for it. Otherwise, it's just random to pop in.
But isn't that the point of a glitch, that it's random?
Yes, but then there would be more throughout the course, unless it's just extremely coincidental that it's the same performance of Elvis the entirety of the fight.
But it's also okay. So it's glitched out.
In my instance of a rider situation, I'm 50-50. I'm not set on one whole side or the other.
Yeah, I feel like there's enough information. I think there's enough information where I don't see it as a problem. It's fine if you do. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. But I feel like there's enough there where you could.
I think the word problem is too harsh of a word to use in like situation. Like there's got to be like a
issue.
The issue would be. Here's
a graph or something.
Here's what you're looking for. Nitpick is the lowest bar. It is quote unquote a valid criticism that doesn't affect the overall story or whatever is happening. That's the definition of a nitpick.
This is a nitpick.
Yeah.
This is a nitpick then. Yeah. I need to start using nitpick a lot more than bad problems or issues.
Yes. Yeah. I guess the only thing you're going to have to do every time you use nitpick is just quantify the validity of the criticism, I guess.
Yeah, I'm like, as I said, I need like a 0 to 100 on on like a thesaurus of the words.
Actually, I probably should have done this a while ago. I'll actually write that up in chat for us at the end of the podcast.
Yeah. Because I say, like, I have an issue with something. It's like, what's the issue? It's like, actually, no, it's a nitpick.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a nitpick. I'm sure that's not going to get used against anybody
for
at all.
anyone curious, the transitional shot, problematic. That's the word I'll go with for that one. This is a nitpick, the Marilyn Monroe thing.
Made me feel great.
Yeah. Yay.
Just for people questioning, could be something in the comments of like, hey, for recap, cover, so.
Yeah.
But this Marilyn Monroe, it's a nitpick because it's one-time random, but it can be played as, hey, that's just a glitch. But on the other end, it's a glitch. Why isn't it more random? So.
It was also degradation of the media, so it could be that those are the only two performances that survive in any form.
That also could be. Or could be if it is rather than like the 24-hour just performance after performance. I thought of there's only one track and this is the only like a whole scratched record, but only like 2 minutes played. This is the only 2 minutes of performance that can be played, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that's why it's turned well. Actually, that one. No, it makes sense because even Deckard points out like I like this song.
So why it got stuck
play,
there,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 songs play, right? It's one performance during the fight, and then the second one that he likes. So it's more than just one.
I don't know.
It's glitched enough where I can't tell when the performance begins or when one ends.
Falling in Love with You isn't when they're punching, right?
Well, that's.
I thought it was a different song. It would be very weird if Falling in Love with You had tabletop dancers.
It's technically called Can't Help Falling.
Sorry, Can't Help.
Yeah.
One thing I do like, when Love crushes all the glass in Madame's hand, she just takes it like a champ.
Oh, yeah.
Is
she a replicant? No.
Is she a replicant?
I don't think she's a replicant.
I don't think she's a replicant either. Mostly because if she was a replicant, I don't think she would have let that happen.
Yeah. Probably.
No. She probably would have grabbed her by the throat and threw her out a window or something. But.
Yep.
The whole cracking glass in hand, very Leonardo DiCaprio moment.
Well, this one is probably fake.
Well, yes.
Well, that one was accidentally real.
It's true. Look it up.
Yeah, Django Unchained.
But yeah. Do we have anything else this act
before he meets the old Blade Runner?
Yeah, the old Blade Runner.
I like how he gets the tension with a piano.
He just plays one note.
That's true. Let's see.
It's the note that was missing on the other one.
Yeah, and then he does such a silly lie.
I like the oppressive colors of. I like the oppressive colors in the scene, like the orange. Kind of like I said, if Denny's trying to stick to that like oppressive color thing of climate change, I think it works in this scene too. With the color choices.
I agree.
I have no idea what's keeping the bees alive, but there you go. Kind of went over that.
I don't know. It's also they're not in like a environmentally like habitat. They're out in the open.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I do have. Let's see. I do like Kay's slowly exploring the casino. Like he just spins a game.
Yeah.
The stuff that he probably has never seen in person before, maybe heard about.
Actually, this brings up a little bit of a bigger question. Are there any flowers or pollinated plants that can survive radiation?
If it lives, usually it can't survive radiation.
I think.
Or do you think it's just evolved to the point?
I mean,
I know they're
usually at the best they get mutated. That's usually like the best case scenario.
I mean, okay. What's the best way to describe this? I mean, trees and stuff
No
grow
biologist here.
around like Chernobyl and stuff like that. So like there's still life that grows and there are plants that grow around Chernobyl. But I don't.
I'm just asking because everyone's confused about the wood and it's like a rarity, and then he takes evidence of the plant, but then this is like a radiated area.
Okay, if you dropped
it makes sense. No humans go out here to investigate plant life. That makes sense. But I'm trying to think, where did the bees get the pollen to make the honey?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know.
No idea.
Unanswered.
Like I said, that's kind of one of the things I have. One of the issues I have. If this is supposed to be the irradiated area, because I remember them referring to irradiation zone, but I don't know if that's specifically Las Vegas.
And
They
you
said
never
they
know
go
with
to the most radiated area.
Yeah.
Nothing's out there.
Nobody lives there. Except for Elvis Presley and Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah.
Except for Deckard.
Yeah.
Which goes into a little thing on the other side of like the tug is like replicant.
Yeah.
Is that how he survives radiation?
Or does he survive radiation because he's Harrison fucking Ford?
That could also be a thing.
It's true.
Survived like 5 small plane crashes.
But see, that's one of those like hard tugs one way. It's not the.
Oh yeah.
Like,
but he's also old, so
yeah,
it also complicates that.
Yeah, replicants can age. Well, actually, no.
They don't implement the long aging process until after Nexus 8. So he was existent long before then.
Unless he's experimental.
In quotation marks.
Weird. It would be weird if you made one that got older looking. I don't really understand the.
There would be no benefit. I agree. I don't know.
No. But then it could play into like if they made an Eve replicant of Rachel for birthing process and everything of Tyrell. Why wouldn't they make an Adam?
I agree. That's that is one of the avenues.
It would be weird though that like they can make it so that a male replicant can like have sperm or something, but they can't make it so that the female can have like reproduction. I don't know.
More human than human.
Obviously, I think sperm's a little bit easier, but it's production nevertheless. Like it has to be produced. It can't just like have it a certain amount, right? Anyways,
I don't know. They don't really touch on that.
That's the end of the Sperm Act.
Yeah, I'm like the closest they really touch on anything of the birth is way earlier on with the Wallace talking about the birth of the new one, trying to create the reproduction one that he cuts the belly and bleeds out. Like that's the first like birthing we see of replicant, really.
And it's birthing in
well, yeah, it comes out of a plastic bag.
Well, I mean, so did some people.
But I like that it shows more of the story in that a little, but it doesn't get to the point of answering a question.
Classic Bladerunner. Yep. We are now going into the next act, which is the old Bladerunner to the secret society. Deckard
I definitely think that dog's artificial.
Probably.
I like that they don't know, but I definitely also lean on the side of artificial.
I like that they use it.
Deckard knows. He just he's like,
oh, you think he's toying with him? That works too. Yeah. Either case, it works.
I like that it's kind of like a microcosm of the is Deckard a replicant thing. Like, why don't you ask him? Ask him if he's a replicant, if he's real or not.
Yes, could be.
Yeah. But this is a good little shootout between two old pros.
Well, it's not really a shootout. It's one shot is fired and one is holding back.
He shoots him 2-3 times. Yeah, and the other guy's holding back, obviously. But a showdown, I guess.
Yeah.
Size up, maybe.
He also does, I think, the Bane breaking maneuver just over a couch.
Yeah.
He throws Deckard over a couch.
That he does. But it's a good little thing. I like the
it's a nice
the old Blade Runner. Yeah, old Blade Runner versus the new Blade Runner.
And one of the things I guess I really liked about why they kept Deckard out of the movie so long is just that it doesn't take away from our new protagonist at all.
It's not his story. It's Joe's story, Kay's story. It's not Deckard's story.
Mm-hmm. But you still need Deckard.
Another thing, when they're having their drink, and Kay's trying to ask him questions, and Deckard's being evasive, going over and not answering the questions, that's a real replicant thing to do.
Yeah, I guess so.
To not answer questions. Like, he's just being so cocky. He's like, just answer the questions, and he's not. And I'm like, replicants do
he's
that?
asking too many questions. Yeah, replicants don't.
He has 2 questions, and he says too many questions, which I think is a funny joke.
Yeah, he has 3.
He has 3? Never mind. Not a funny joke. There is no joke. I thought he asked 2 questions, and then he says too many questions. I'm like, that's funny. Never mind.
Yeah, he asked about Rachel, and then he asked what she was like, and then he asked if they lived there together.
Something I think a little dumb is why didn't Kay just pull out the horse? We saw that he has great detective skills earlier by examining like everything with his eyes in a room to catch stuff, and there's sculpted things all over, like all these other animals, which is a connection to Deckard. Why didn't he just pull it out to get an answer? Only thing I could think of is he was afraid Deckard was going to just take it from him.
Well, I think even at this point, I mean, he thinks he's, the real one, but he wants to be sure. He wants Deckard to give him an answer that he will normally have without any sort of, pushing or any, exterior thing.
Especially since this is after the scene where he's, sometimes to love someone you have to be a stranger. So it's very obvious that Deckard wants nothing to do with that, with the horse, with the significance of the horse would mean. So that to me is probably the main reason why he never pulls it out.
Plus, he, in the conversation, he's trying to size up Deckard, and because he does think that he's, his son or whatever, and he's trying to have that conversation.
He's trying to broach the subject, but Deckard's just not letting him get there.
Yeah, and he realizes, that this guy doesn't want really anything to, or in his mind, this guy doesn't want anything to do with him, really, and kind of decides, against it.
Okay.
There is something that I do like in this scene is he introduces himself as Joe.
Mm-hmm. He grabs Joe.
Well,
at Deckard's prompting.
Yeah, his first name he gives out his serial number, and then
then Joe. Deckard says name, and then he's all right, Joe.
Yeah.
And he goes on to play some Sinatra.
I'm trying to think. There was another thing about the scene that I liked. We get a lot of history in this scene as to why Deckard made the choices he did. And I think a lot of it adds up to what he would do. Like, the why he's separated from the society or whatever. Why he's... why, they went into hiding and they gave the child away to an orphanage because they were being hunted.
Yeah.
But, again, kind of focus on the why he goes by Joe is, because Joe is the one that gave it to him.
Yeah.
Little neat details I quite like.
And, of course, the photo of Rachel on the table.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll go to that could be played, but Deckard is still, posing, because I'm still on the side that he's a replicant, posing that he's a human to, run away after spying that they're being followed or caught, and he goes to lock a whole door and turns around and Joe just busts down a wall like Hulk.
That is funny.
It's a funny moment.
I mean, did Deckard not know Joe's behind him? I mean, he turned around to shut the door. He would have seen Joe coming down the hall.
But I think he also thinks that Joe is responsible for this.
Yeah. So was Deckard expecting to get in his car to fly away without Joe?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. I do think Deckard was fully intending on leaving him behind.
Okay.
It's self-preservation.
I like it's such a nice little payoff, but I like that love kills love.
Oh, got it. Yeah. Kills joy.
Yeah.
Love kills joy.
What about a killjoy, huh?
Yeah, and the way, exactly. And the way not to spell love, like fake, is the one that triumphs. I think that was very cleverly done.
Very, very clever.
It's very on the surface, but I agree. It's good. I like it.
And Kay gets his freaking ass handed to him.
They both do.
They both.
I mean, like they both don't. One of the things I do like is the legacy characters are respected. Deckard still throws a few punches before he's knocked out.
Yeah.
And then when Kay comes to, he grabs a gun and pretty much obliterates 3 people, and then Love attacks him.
Yeah. Behind and breaks his toy.
It's one of those things where legacy character isn't damaged. I just realized I hate Disney for some reason. I can't imagine why. So But yeah, I agree. It's also kind of tragic the way Joy goes out, but she's trying to stop her from beating up Kay.
Yeah. But what can you do against?
And it's interesting.
Oh, by the way, she's also called a product in this scene again. Just
yes. It's interesting, not interesting. I keep saying interesting. It's a nice detail that any time, or it just plays onto the mind of Kay, that the last thing he thinks of the person he cares for, Joy, that he loves, the last thing she says before dying is love. She doesn't finish "I love you." She just says "love." I love. And love is the person who killed her. So that memory is just engraved and haunted into him. That's a constant. And I think that's just it's
deliciously horrible.
yes. I don't think it's very surface level. Like, it's not very, it's nicely done and played. And I guess that can go into writing of how it's written, because her name's Love.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I like it. It's deliciously horrible. It's great.
Yeah. But it gives both like a thing that's always on Kay's mind now. It's like he's going after revenge against love, because when he thinks of love, those are the two things that come right to mind.
Indeed. It's a brutal scene.
Yeah, it's a brutal scene. It's a good scene, and I think...
Is the Wallace meeting with Deckard in this act still?
No, that's the next one.
No. Okay, never mind. Okay, well, we got through that first one pretty fast.
Yeah, this is pretty short, because most of it's...
I mean, this is a short act.
It's a very short act, but it's good.
I mean, are we allowed to talk about the Secret Society, or is that the next part?
That's the next act too, pretty much.
Alright, so this was a fight.
Yeah, this was well...
I do like the transition from the fire to the city.
Minutes in.
It's a very
to the city.
Yeah, so the fire embers, like embers rising to the fire, that transition to like the city walls. Such a good transition. I quite loved it.
Shitty walls.
I think it's dumb of them to leave Kay. I think they would have just killed him.
Yeah.
Especially since this comes back to screw them later. Love doesn't strike me as the merciful type. She would have just killed him immediately afterward. I mean, the
only thing I can the only thing I can go with is that she's cocky enough that she's gotten what her master wants or whatever, and that's enough. And she beat him.
Yeah, again, that's pretty much the only thing I can go with too. Or they think what the damage done to him is enough to kill him as it is.
I wouldn't.
Which is both are okay, but
it played a little that Madam's already dead, so no one's gonna come looking for him.
Yeah, there is definitely that too. So it's a small issue, but I do think it still warrants itself, because I don't know. Love also strikes me as the merciless kind of person.
Yeah, but I think it's it almost like she's killed his significant other, basically, which is something that she even goes on like it's something that's important to her in some twisted way or something.
Yeah.
And she's beaten him, and she's taken this prize or whatever. So, in a sense, she's killed him multiple times by just defeating him. Defeating him in like the most merciless way possible. But I still think it's a problem that she doesn't just like actually see him die.
Yeah, like that to me is the biggest issue. I think she would have killed him.
There's a layer of like, she's cocky enough to believe that she's done enough damage and can just leave him be there. But I don't know if that's enough.
Yeah. I think that to me is the biggest problem with the scene, because otherwise I think everything else about it is great. Killing Joy and Deckard being taken. We've reached our low point, everybody.
Yes. And that's what we'll take it with us into the final act. The secret society to the end. Finish line is fastly approaching.
Is it Margaret that quotes Tyrell by saying more human than human?
I believe so, yes. Dying for the right cause is the most human thing we can do.
This is a really depressing scene.
Yeah, it really is. Not only does he find out he's not the chosen one,
he's not the kid.
He's not the kid.
Not the kid. He's just some dude.
But he is the kid.
He has the memories of the kid.
I mean, yeah, he has the memories of a girl implant of the kid, but the fake boy or the male that was supposed to be the twin doesn't exist that he thought he was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a twist on a twist.
That's true, and they actually give an excuse for it and how like it was part of their plan, their sabotage, their deception.
Yeah. Deception.
I
don't.
I think it's a little bit funny that just a bunch of the rebels just come out of hiding to just look at him. It's a little bit funny.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know. I think I should keep your faces hidden, all things considered. But sure, you can stand there and look menacingly / intimidatingly.
No, he's part of the cause now. He got his ass kicked by Wallace Corp.
That's true. Need a bigger motivation than them killing your girlfriend and kidnapping who you thought was your father, who you now just realized was a decent person.
Yeah. I mean, if that doesn't turn you against the other side, I don't know what will.
I'll jump to another point into is he or isn't he a replicant of Deckard? When Wallace is having their conversation, he says Rachel was made to have a child with Deckard, but unsure if Deckard was designed for love or mathematical precision. And I think he even says if you were designed. So even Wallace doesn't know if he's a replicant or not.
Yeah. Which is cool. Like I said, I prefer them keeping it vague at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the movie. Like it just continues to toy with that.
So nothing worse than a definitive answer.
Sometimes, yes, I agree.
Sometimes when the crux of a big discussion needs a definitive answer, it's better to not have one.
Yeah. I mean, Civil War. Always my go-to example for that.
I think we have a pretty definitive answer.
You're right. You're right. But Tony Stark is right. I forgot. My bad.
Arf.
Well, no, he was. Thanos wiped out half the universe because the Avengers weren't together. So yeah, Stark was right.
No, sorry. BARF. I was talking about the
toy. Good save. I think also again good acting, Ryan Gosling, because Kay like wearing the bandages, just super beaten up, like in the fucking sewers. Adds.
I mean, he looks defeated.
Yeah. As anybody probably should after almost dying and having some bunch of people. Yeah.
Failing the mission.
One thing I do like though is just the abundance of water because it's once again he is starting anew.
Yes, it's being washed in the cleansing water.
Just like the Wallace Corporation. Okay. I think I guess it's deep fake. I don't know, but the fake Rachel looks very well done.
Yeah, I think the very terrible lighting helps out with that.
Yeah, a dim room.
Yeah, I generally
similar to anyone who's seen the beginning of Indiana Jones 5.
And God help you if you have. I'm so sorry. But yes, I think that it's minimally used enough. The lighting really helps. But I agree. I think this version, for how little we see of Rachel, it's very well done.
I agree. I automatically thought, being a copy and not real, she looks close. I mean, not the green eyes and everything, but you never know, being that it's a Wallace, it's a replicant, what memories or implants or design flaws or anything it has in it to differ from Rachel.
I wonder if they have all her the original implants on record.
I would say no.
I would go with no too, but I'd be curious to see if they had any that they tried to do.
They probably were able to do some sort of research.
Because I'm sure if they had that writer, she would have green eyes. I would guess they went after imagery.
Is Wallace holding Rachel's original skull? Like, was that what he was holding onto?
I
in the
think
scene?
so.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure. Just wanted to rub it in, I guess. I don't know.
With more biblical wording.
Yeah.
Biblical.
More biblical wording. An angel has returned to us, or whatever the fuck he says. I kind of wish Deckard had more dialogue, but Harrison Ford does act the scene pretty well.
He's just on shock.
Yeah, I have an interesting thing to say about Harrison Ford. I wouldn't call him the best actor, but he does act with his body a lot more than most actors do. So, like, what he can't do with his expression, he does with his body.
I would say that's very apparent in Han Solo.
Yeah, it's very apparent in Han Solo.
There's a lot of hand working.
There's a lot apparent in Han Solo. I think Indiana Jones is another variant of that as well. It's a very good expression.
Sometimes.
Yeah, it's like I said, he does a lot more acting in the expressions in Indiana Jones, but it's also lots of he acts with his whole body. Not many actors do that.
Oh, The Fugitive. That's a good one. He has a lot of movements in The Fugitive.
Yes, you switch the samples.
Yeah. So again, I do wish there was some dialogue for him, but again, I think he acts his way through the scene pretty well, being in shock and all that.
I think it helps that Deckard had his back turned when Rachel got shot.
Yeah, it's cool that he still flinches, but yeah, I think it helps as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's still, yeah, even though it's a copy, he's still, you know.
Well, I think there would have been more of an emotional situation if he saw it with his own eyes, like either more sorrow or cry or lash out in anger or something along those lines rather than back turned, didn't see it.
And then, Wallace drops the, like, okay, well, I guess we're going to go straight to pain now, I guess, because, I do like at least the initial approach is like, oh yeah, but I know you like pain, so we're venture for something different.
Yeah.
But then he just drops it immediately, like, after, they kill the copy of Rachel. I'm like, okay, I guess, sure.
Yeah.
I think Love is a better villain, but that's kind of the point.
Yeah, I mean...
Love is the antagonist.
Has more screen time.
Yeah, that's true.
But she wouldn't be doing what she does without
Wallace pulling the strings.
Yeah. Freaky guy.
Again, biblical eccentricities abound.
We get more answer of Joy calling, or talking to Kay now. I guess maybe she calls everyone Joe. Every guy Joe.
Yeah.
Which is a little damp that it wasn't creative beforehand.
Yeah. It's just a gut punch after a gut punch. That's why it's been so memed. The look on his face.
Yeah, well, it's.
But it's a very powerful scene, I think. So.
I think going from even the lighting, the transitional use of pink to blue.
Yeah.
From, I guess, love to sadness. At least that's how I kind of took it.
Yeah, that's a fair way to take it. That's a very fair way to take it.
And then as the ad kind of diminishes it gets darker. So then he goes into, like, I guess, revenge.
Rage mode.
Like dark blue, yeah.
Roy might not go baddie, but Kay certainly goes bonkers.
Yeah. I don't think I would ever classify dark blue as revenge color, but maybe it is.
Maybe.
I mean, it's like nights falling, that sort of thing.
I mean, what am I talking about? Hell, Batman is in dark blues and he seeks revenge on criminals all the time. So
You're right.
I mean, like, sadness can bleed into anger and rage, because it's one of the forms of expression for it. Because, man, it's going to be very, very basic, philosophical / psychology stuff. Emotions
Polar
bleed
theory.
into So emotions bleed into each other all the time. Like, anger by itself isn't necessarily an isolated emotion. There are things that feed into it, sadness and things like that. And same thing with sadness that can feed into anger. It's very human.
That it is.
Yes.
That it is.
But there you go.
I do like the minus the meminess. I really like that scene is really good.
Oh yeah, the memes are great, but also just the scene in isolation is also very beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
It also helps that he's alone.
Yes.
There's no people walking behind him.
Yeah, nobody around. Yeah,
it's not busy.
Yeah, I agree with that. The him being alone, I think, adds so much more to the scene.
Yeah, it works for me because it's nighttime, and that happened a lot in the first film, where Deckard's walking around and no one's anywhere.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's a curfew.
I don't know. I think so, probably.
I mean, it would make sense considering you have replicants within your society now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're more closely integrated.
I mean, because his whole world's basically gone. Like, his imagined, life is not real. His girlfriend who wasn't real is gone. Everything.
Yeah, I like that he pulls out his gun at the end of the scene as well. Like, it's kind of like, for me, that's why I kind of lean to like, okay, now he's just going to use the rage that he definitely feels. Because, the advertiser says, "You look like a good Joe," which just, it hurts. In a very, very sweet way.
Well, yeah. It's here's an interesting point, because, the society, when he talks with them and everything, they want him to join, and then they're going to send him out to kill Deckard so that, Wallace can't use him to find them or, whatever.
And he's chosen not to do that because fuck both sides.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I like though that he doesn't he didn't care about a replicant uprising.
Yeah,
it was more, personal. Because I think that's especially with Madam. She was going on about there's a wall and there's two sides.
Yeah, and then but Madam also said we all just are looking for something genuine.
Yeah.
So, When you realize that Madam is parroting some of the subtleties to the theme. Interesting.
But I liked that he chose obviously his own path. It was for his own cause and not just a cause that wasn't for two sides or one of two sides. It was his own side.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
And maybe it was, again, maybe this might be a little meta or whatever, but the fact that they told him there were two choices and he should pick one was, like, you should do this thing for us, and then he was like, you know what, I'm tired of getting told what to do. I'm going to do what I want to do.
Like I said, it's explicitly, obviously they're playing on the whole theme that replicants are people because he obviously didn't like either choice, so he made his own.
Mm-hmm. He didn't like leaving Deckard to just get dissected, and he didn't like killing him either, even though he was very, very rude to him.
What do we think about the last fight scene here? Well, I mean, the whole water
in the ocean.
Yeah,
I like it.
I kind of like the tension in that the water is slowly going to be dragging the car back into the ocean.
It's a good ticking bomb.
I like the second half.
You don't like the first half?
No, because this is police, or actually not police. This is Wallace Corporation transit vehicles that have absolutely no, pretty much no armor. They don't have safety precautions nor security measures.
Yeah, I agree. I think the first shot would have been a freebie, but I think the second vehicle should have responded. I don't need an air-to-air battle, but the idea that they took evasive maneuvers, I think, would have been enough for me.
Yeah,
because they just go in a straight line through the storm, and that is
especially since it's shown that these were not just autopiloted. There was actually two drivers in the ship.
That doesn't entirely mean that they were combat.
No, I'm just saying they could have been manually held, like serpentine or something, moved around, not Bran Stark running straight forward situation.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
That was not Bran.
Yeah. I do. Like I said, I think the first shot would have been a freebie, but I would have liked to have seen the last two cars take evasive action.
Yeah. I mean, the first explosion was caused by the drone colliding, correct?
No, that was a missile.
Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he fired a missile.
Shot the other one, yeah.
Yeah. He only used bullets on, it's a nice touch detail. He only used bullets on the car with Deckard in it because, he wants him alive.
But even still, when it crashes into the water, there's nothing. There's no emergency. There's no light flashing. There's no.
Yeah.
It's just the car's there sinking.
I think eventually, if he didn't show up, they would have abandoned the car and figured out what to call.
They are basically kidnapping a person, though.
Well, yes, but these are still I would figure a Wallace Corporation would have higher up cars. Also, I think at this point the only other cars that we have shown flying are police transports, which I thought was a big thing of the first movie. But Ryder, you brought up that there are scenes where there's other cars besides police cruisers flying around. But this one, I only saw police cruisers going around until this part with a transport van.
There's a few distant shots where they're going through the city that there's more than flat, but they're all at a distance. So I sort of agree that we have no close-ups of.
The only one I saw was the establishing location shot of the precinct, and I just figured those were all police cruisers.
It's not like it's expensive to put that stuff in or anything.
One thing I do like is
this first half didn't like. Second half I thought was great.
Yeah, I agree. The first half needs some editing. Once they're on the ground, though, I think it's very, very brutal and it's very, very good.
And I think realistic too of how long it takes for someone to suffocate underwater, even replicant. Because there's times in movies where people do it in like 20 seconds and they're dead.
Yeah, no, it takes like 5-10 minutes sometimes. Depending.
Yeah, I'm like people hold their breath. I mean, how?
Yeah.
Unless you're literally inhaling water while you're under there, then.
But I mean, it's just cinematically. Usually, choking somebody out is not the way to go.
Yeah, I will say that I love as soon as like they're about to abandon the car because obviously they're going to get washed away by the water. As soon as the door opens, Kay just fucking opens fire, like rips into them.
Yeah. Doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's true. And I like that they're relatively evenly matched. It's a good rivalry or a good fight between Love and Kay.
They strike each other at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, and the only reason that Love kind of gets the upper hand is that she's using a weapon, whereas Kay is not.
That's true.
Yeah.
Also, Kay has been shot and bleeding out this whole time while he's going, which just plays into the replicants don't have to feel pain, but he's still bleeding.
It's structural damage that usually so like it'll hamper their movements because their brain is telling them that something's
presumably the secret society healed his wounds from Las Vegas a little bit, and the wounds that he sustains here is going to be the ones that I think quote unquote kill him at the end.
Yes, it's I'm on the side that he died, but the thing that makes me go that he's not is there's no blood like he's not bleeding out. There's no blood in the snow.
No. But she could have just cut something really important, though. And
yeah. Could have been internal bleeding. They took him out.
Yeah, because she because she stabs him and she like pulls up on it. So she did a good amount of damage.
I really like the shot when the water stops, like when the water smooths over and you get a clear face of Kay from her point of view under the water.
Yeah,
it's really nice.
Because it's very biblical almost of the
a baptism.
No, like it's
wash your hands in water.
I read it when I saw it. Because she was looking up at him, and he was taking life, which I don't know. Yeah. I read it biblically, but I have nothing to give to it other than she was just looking up. That's it.
What I took from it was a little symbolic, shown that her being underwater dying rather than before where she was up at the ceiling, but being underwater was the light. It's very minor, but the light reflected of the waves is giving her the pattern of Wallace Corporation with the water and everything, whereas Kay does not.
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't notice that.
I saw it as like she's dying, a show of this. She's dying for Wallace, like she works for them, kind of look.
Yeah, maybe. But I see that.
Also, is the kiss of death a replicant thing because she kisses him before they get to the car suffocation.
I don't know.
I think so. I think generally I think it's just villainous flair, but it might be.
Okay, because Roy Batty did it with Tyrell, so I didn't.
I think there was
thing.
more behind him doing that with Tyrell than I think her doing it to Kay.
I would agree. Roy Batty doing it with like his father, that's okay. This doesn't make really any sense.
Yeah, it's just a head tilter. I do think that's why I said it's just a villainous flair thing.
Yeah. Something I'll touch on, which I found a bit odd, is we have seen before when Kay went to visit the doctor, Dr. Anna, and just brings his car down. He just, he usually just lands his cruiser and goes in. This time with Deckard, you can see snow tracks behind him. So they landed and drove.
Yeah.
That seemed odd to me. Yeah, why would they drive?
I don't think that's too odd. I mean, they could have just landed and the car slid. That's not too much for me. But
because the snow traction.
Yeah, but I don't have an issue with that.
Okay. Well, as I've learned, that's a nitpick.
Yes,
I saw.
Yeah, it doesn't change how the movie reacts. Gives him the horse though. Gives him his little horse.
That's true.
I like that the last line in the film is beautiful, isn't it? And it plays as two different meanings. Because Anna's talking about the snow, and Deckard sees it as his daughter.
Yeah. And while we get our Tears in the Rain song, we don't get a monologue with it. And I don't think the film needs one.
No.
Like they do enough for Kay's story where he can just die in silence. And, we can see his journey is fulfilled.
Yeah. He's not, I remember reading something kind of about, because this movie sort of became a little bit more known after it came out for having a hero who's not really the central figure of the movie, and that you're kind of set up that he's going to be the savior of the replicants or something, and he's the born replicant, and
oh yeah, Ryan Johnson. This is how you subvert expectations. Just a lesson.
Yeah, and he's
there would be another movie.
What do you mean?
I was like, this ends to me that there would be another one.
Well, yeah.
I'd be curious to see what they do for another one, but again, I don't know what I would want them to do.
Yeah, this was not abrupt as the first film, or at least the final cut version.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think it's something, where like, because he's the hero, but he's not like the hero you thought he was. He's not like in the story that Blade Runner is creating, he's not the main guy.
Yeah, it's legitimately his story is about finding his identity, almost.
Yeah. And finding comfort in, the fact that,
I do.
He's,
yeah. I like that Kay manages to fake being okay until Deckard goes inside.
Yeah.
Even he asks, he's like, "Are you okay?"
I'll be right outside.
Yeah, and I think he also asks. I think also in this scene is one of the most powerful, simple, like, messages of the film. Is Deckard asks him like, "Why? Who am I to you?" And
he just smiles.
And he just smiles. Yeah, I don't think, because you don't need to answer the question. The answer is obvious. It's just it's a very, very simple message, and that I'm a sucker for these sorts of things. But it's just the simple message is be kind to each other. You don't need a reason for it.
I think he, and if you want to like dive into it, the answer is like he wants somebody to have the life that they deserve to have, and so he deserves to have a daughter, and the daughter deserves to have a father,
Yeah.
And he deserves to be the hero for bring them together.
Yeah. But it's Blade Runner is a very, very dark world. So the fact that this is how you inject, like, I was gonna say light into a dystopia, but it's like hope into a dystopia, because it can't be. If the hero introduces too much change, it's not a dystopian story. or a cyberpunky story. But when you're telling a story about dystopia, what often you need to do is you need to focus on just the smallest victory, which is a mother and in this case a daughter and father reuniting.
Yeah, like there's no like Wallace Corporation isn't suddenly gonna not exist or something, and replicants aren't gonna suddenly be equal with humanity in this world or whatever. But a father is gonna find that his long lost daughter, and he's gonna find a long lost father, and it's a bittersweet ending.
Yeah, that's what dystopia
with the death. Best. Yeah,
it was being bittersweet
with the death of your Trojan hero.
I do like the transition between snowflakes to the hologram snowflakes.
Yeah, it's very, very cool.
I agree.
I think this movie has a lot of good CGI little things in it.
Yeah, but I think that is it for me on this.
That's it for me.
Yeah, I believe that's all I got.
All right, now before we go into ratings and everything, Sprinks had a question that he was saving for the end.
Oh, yeah, my big thing. Thank you for my. Why does Kay or Joe have the child's memories as implants? That was my biggest question from this.
Yeah, I don't know. The best I would guess, because we don't have any confirmation, the best I would guess is that the girl who makes, Dr. Anna, you're not supposed to, make memories into implants or whatever, or you're not supposed to turn real memories into implants. But she could have done it therapeutically at some point, at any point, and it just that got swept in with the rest of the subcontracting project she was to Wallace. That works for me. It also could be that the secret society had something to do with it. A red herring for whomever to either bring them into the fold, or if they were ever discovered, that if they found the person with memories, they would go after that person instead. There's a few things that they could work with there, but we don't really have a definitive answer.
Okay. Best I could come up with it was the orphanage has been around for a while, so they should know that shaved heads are guys and heads with hair are girls. I mean, I think that's kind of established and shown. So a memory implant of blonde hair, I think, would be female. So it's a bit odd putting that into a male replicant. That's already a situation. I don't know how they choose the implants for replicants. I don't know if it's random. But Anna does say that she doesn't work directly with, well, not specifically only for Wallace, but for other Nexus model companies for implants and memories. So it's not specifically for them. So that kind of opens up. We don't know where Kay was made.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, Springs. I don't remember any female children in the orphanage.
When the orphanage, when
the only person I remember being female is the quote unquote memory character with the hair.
No. When we first get to the orphanage and all the kids are sitting there kind of in the dark, and then they stand up to touch him as he goes to the orphanage, the ones with shaved heads are boys, the ones with hair are girls. So in the memory of the orphanage that's implanted 2K, all of them, because it plays out that this implant is hers, so she has hair while all the boys are chasing with shaved heads, which as of a scene of like a payoff to a kind of a twist of like, oh, this is her memory in him. That's cool. But then I guess it falls onto the security thing, because there is no security.
Well,
really shown anywhere.
They're technically out of jurisdiction. He's just operating there.
Yes. No. That I mean, no one checks implants. It seems implants are given as like a bundle, and they're just randomly distributed into Nexus models, into replicants.
I think so. Yeah.
So, I mean, it kind of plays onto when Madam is in Kay's apartment and just asks, like, what's a memory you had beforehand? It's just something he has. It's not actually connected to design for him.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think implants are designed specifically for specific roll, like a Bladerunner specific implants are these. It's like it's random from the batch.
Yeah.
So I think it's never said or shown or anything, but I kind of took from it the reason why Anna did it, because it's illegal and she knows it and it's her own. The reason why she put her own memories out there to be put in, because they're not creatively changed or altered. It's pretty much to the memory, at least to our knowledge, the implant is exactly how she thinks of it or knows it. It's put out there for her memory because she's stuck in a box to be put into a replicant that could help assist her maybe find her lost parents, or just maybe her dad. I don't even know if she knows her mom died, if Rachel died giving birth to her. I don't even know if she knows that. She just knows a story about like the ticket situation that was told to her and how there weren't enough tickets or something, so she was left behind.
No, she's
immunocompromised. She can't go off world.
That was it. Can't go off world. So that was the story that was told to her. But I don't know if she fully believed that, or even if she did believe that, just trying to find her parents or someone who knows her. And maybe that's why she sent it out, but it's never said. That's what I took from it. But it's just the biggest question to me, why?
Yeah. It's the biggest question that is not answered. I'm assuming
make up your own answer.
I'm assuming you don't have any answers of your own, Sinister? Or
no, I mean it's like again, I think it's got less evidence than the is Deckard a replicant, but I think it's within the same league. It could just be something where they set it up and then they don't really have a way to answer the question of if other replicants have that, if it's just one. Yeah. And obviously Kay didn't realize the whole orphanage thing, and I don't think they go around telling their stories of their
child
memories.
Labor. Yeah.
So it's a hard one. I don't know.
Does it ever say that Anna's the only one who makes memories?
No, she's just a subcontractor. They just refer to her as the best because...
Okay, so there are others. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a possibility that other ones out there are using real memories as well.
Yes, I would assume so.
Okay.
And we have no idea why it's illegal other than the fact that it's possible that somebody could try to follow down a memory and, realize that they're not real even though they realize.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's because of... I guess it's coincidental that even the memory of a case is implanted randomly to Kay. That's the Bladerunner on the case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I guess that's a coincidental. Unless implants can go to more than just one replicant.
Again, no idea. That's a world thing that we're not getting information on, fortunately.
I mean, that would make a little more sense to me. If you can reuse implanted memories to more than just a singular replicant.
I would imagine with the amount out there, probably.
Yeah, thousands a day maybe to be shipped out.
We see her make one pretty quickly, so I have no idea.
Yeah. But okay. I guess we can also settle on the question, is Deckard a replicant or not? From this information of this film.
No. It is, still goes kind of both ways, I think. There is one side that says...
confirmed. There's no confirmed answer. I'm just saying, what do we lean on? Or
human.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
still human.
All right, I still lean on replicant.
There we go. And I have no idea what Crimson would say, but maybe we'll get his opinion.
He might, recap. We'll get his recap. My main thing is because of the radiation poisoning a human would take.
Yeah. There could be meds against that too, but I genuinely don't know.
It could.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those things where, and I'm just gonna leave that idea as it is. There are sci-fi ways. There are sci-fi workarounds. We just don't see any of them. So yeah, it's a problem.
All right. Now we'll go into our reviews and ratings. I'm gonna start with Sprinks.
Oh boy, I gotta go first. Let's go with subjective first. I enjoyed this movie more than the first one. I was a little more engaged. I found it a little more fun. I really like a lot of things in the movie. So subjectively, I give it a 7. I am being my second time watching it. And right after watching Bladerunner for the podcast, I was more engaged with the stories of everything outside, with like what's going on with Wallace, what's going on with Deckard, and all those connected through Joe of being the main character here. So it was a little more focused and better than my first time watching it.
Mm-hmm.
So 7 for subjective. Objectively, I think this is a phenomenal film for objective. I will say I started. Well, no, I'll just go down the line. What I think I saw watching this film for this time, there wasn't a single, and I'll say, I gotta make sure I say this correctly, a single cinematography chosen shot that was bad. I think every single shot in this film was done wonderfully, because I believe Roger Deakins uses center, twos, and thirds as the rule of 3 to capture balance and symmetry in his shots. There are so many parts in this film that if you imagine it as like a pamphlet, okay, like thirds of the film, not a tic-tac-toe board, but just like 3 columns over the whole screen. He does so many centered, where whatever is being focused on is in the center. He does things where you're getting an established shot on the center and right, where our main character or focus is on the left. One of the great ones is at the very end of Joe in the snow, how he's leaning on the steps. He's on the right, so on the third, with the first and second being the snow, and then it does a small pan where Joe then comes more into frame of the centered and third, and the first one's the snow. And it's just a slight little turn of the camera, a slight turn and zoom to still be in that symmetrical look. And throughout this whole film, you could pause almost at any single point of the film. I say 90% of the film, you could pause and it would be wall poster worthy. Like it could just go up anywhere.
Yeah.
There's some shots that I would be like, maybe like a punch in the rain could be blurry or something, but like a lot of it is just wallpaper worthy poster. One beautifully, and the work of colors and lighting, and to go into the tug and pull of silhouetting. I'll say, like, one of the big ones that taken from this film is Joe walking into the orange Vegas, I guess, looking for Deckard, and it's the silhouette of him centered and everything else is orange. One of the most famous, but the silhouette of him stands out. We know who it is, but by its own, it's wonderfully, and it's a little mysterious in the look. Everything about it is wonderfully in that. I think it pulls in more of the thought of, or not thought, but more of eye-catching, that the film starts with that wind farm you pointed out, Ryder, and the desaturation of everything being with absolutely no color compared to the first film, where there's a lot of neons and vibrance, until we get to that point in this film where Joe's eating rice kind of in the, I don't know, the market area, and there's vibrance everywhere. So I thought that was really great. The acting, I think, is spot on. Everyone acts very well. Is there any acting I don't like? I don't think there's any acting I don't like. I think all the acting is wonderful.
Maybe me, Jared Leto.
I mean, no, even Jared Leto's acting's fine. I think the way he goes a little over the top with his wording on, like, probably just said, hey, this character uses biblical, like, forms to pronounce things or go about things. And he took that a little step further in his thing, but how he acts as the Wallace character, I think, is fine. And it's pretty good. It's not his best, but it's pretty good. Yeah, I think all the acting's good. I don't know any bad acting in this film. The director, wonderful. I think the only other piece of work, I have not seen Dune, I know. The only other piece of his work that I have seen is Arrival, and I really enjoyed Arrival.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting he does Arrival.
Yeah, he did Arrival, and that was really well done. So that's what I'm going off of work he's directed, and I think this works really well. I think he's just really good at sci-fi then. I'd like to see him do something a little different, maybe a fantasy film or a horror. I think would be interesting to see his take on what he would do with it.
Dune
but
will
how
give
he
you some
captures
fantasy.
Everything here would be great.
Yeah, Dune will give you some of that fantasy. Dune will give you some of that fantasy you're looking for.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that was wonderful. The writing's really good. The line delivery, the absolute show and tell balance of this film is wonderfully done, because it pays off in answers to things later down the line. It doesn't start really with a tell to then go into show afterwards. It usually starts with the shows and then gives you a tell as the answer. And that's a good balance that they do throughout this film a couple times that we've touched on that I really enjoy and like. And that is just wonderfully done and structured wonderfully. The world building is great. Going off of something already established in Bladerunner 1, I think really helps than just kind of going with an original take. Like if, for example, they're like, okay, we're doing everything in LA. Let's go all the way to Australia. What would Blade Runner look in Australia? I think that could still work, but definitely be a different take and approach to it. Like if it was more world, global kind of look rather than just set in the United States. I think that's all I can touch on. Let me know if there's anything I missed you want my thoughts on for like recap or anything. But objectively, 8.5.
All right.
And I suppose before we go into either yourself, Sinister, or Ryder, Crimson did give us his scorings of the film. He probably can give us some brief summary in the recap that we cover, but his subjective level was a 6.5 and his objective was a 7.
Ryder, you want to go next?
Sure. As I said in this film, I do think this film is better than the original. And that's not, to diminish the original at all. I just think the writing in this is by and far way tighter. The villains can get a bit gimmicky. Plot armor still plays a key role, at least in the case of Love, getting out of places that she would need to be caught. She would get caught in, more or less. But I guess I'll start with my subjective as I always do. I enjoy this film more than the first one too, but that's not to say that I don't like the original. But I have more fun watching this one than I do the other one, and I think it's just because, the cinematography, the visuals, they're all just they just pull you right in, really. And the acting is great. The sound design is wonderful, and I love sci-fi in general, so I have a lot of love for this genre and everything else the genre can become. But I think subjectively, I am at an 8.5 because this is a movie I have rewatched a few times, and I probably will rewatch again. Objectively, let's see. World building is phenomenal. Spring's already touched on the balance between show and tell, and I think that's the hallmark of something that you're doing your script. You're doing your script right, and you're also doing your visual cues to show it. So you're putting effort in. In terms of the writing, again, they backfill all the information that they have. Everything in terms of the world building is just, it's all built on things that happened. It makes the world feel like it has a rich history, which is a sign of very, very good world building. The visuals also uphold that, the stories that they pass on to one another about the world they're in. So world building, beautifully done. Then there's the plot. The plot, I think, is pretty simple. And I can always say it's pretty simple. I think the plot's complicated in that it does try to subvert you a few times, and if you aren't paying attention, they absolutely will catch you out of left field. So it is definitely a film that demands your attention in that regard. But I think the plot is structured very well. It's facilitated through the actions of our main character, being Kay. Every piece of information that we get, we're then backfilled on, like him finding the date at the tree and why it bothers him so much. And it's revealed later what it actually means to him from Joy, as an example. So there are a few MacGuffins, but they're by and far executed very well. I guess that leaves character. I think by and far and away the villains are probably the most thing that raises my eyebrow. Wallace is serviceable as a villain. Like I said, gets a little lost in the gaudy tropes for me, but again, he's serviceable. Love is far more menacing. I think she goes a little over the top a couple times with words like bad dog or I'm the best one. But I think other than that, she does a very good job of being a threatening presence in the film. Madame's a good officer. I like her relationship with Kay. It kind of shows that they have a deep trust with one another. That even if it was off screen, like it implies again that they have a history. We don't need to see it to know it, but with what we have, we can infer it. God damn, I have a hurricane going on outside. Sorry, it's pouring rain. Um, uh, and then the society. I'm just gonna group them all together because the only real character, quote unquote, is probably the Lady of the Night, as Sinister so eloquently put it. Again, serves a role. She's not an amazing. She doesn't. Again, serves a role. I don't really have anything to say bad about her script. She has a good character, I think. I'd be interested to see what they were intending to do with her. I Joy probably is still my second favorite character because my favorite characters are in order are Kay, Joy, and then probably Deckard. But Joy's again really well written character, and I think a lot of the thematic elements that play out in the Blade Runner world are showcased through her and her relationship with Kay. And I kind of already talked about Madame's dialogue a bit, in that she's got a lot of other smaller thematic elements going on with her, but very pointed. And I think I'll just finish off with Kay, so I avoid going on for too long. I think Kay is a wonderfully written character. It's very interesting to know that he's not like the game changer of the story, even though there are times he thinks he is for a majority of the movie. I think they play around with again the human aspect of him quite a lot, and I think that's to the film's strengths. That being said, we have the plot armor issues. We have some minor issues with Kay with being left alive. There are a few things that crop up here and there that I think do drag the film's writing back from being perfect. But that being said, I think objectively, I'm at a 7.5.
All right, now it's left up to me. So definitely, I think the big thing with this and the original is whether or not one is better than the other. I think I'm more inclined to agree than when we started with writer's assumption this is the better of the two. I still have a lot of nostalgia for the first one, and obviously the second one couldn't exist without the first one, and a lot of the pitfalls that that one had have been somewhat fixed in this one. I think there's still a couple of times that they keep finding those potholes that the other one still had, but overall I think most of them are not super consequential to the end, but still create problems with development and overall story structure. So still got to count them. As I said earlier, the cinematography is fantastic. Roger Deakins is a master. I don't know how he does it. Yes, it's if anybody's out there in the game right now that's doing better stuff, I'm more than happy to know. I think it would be really tough though.
Or modern cinematography.
Yeah, modern cinematography. I suppose that's. I mean, we have to. Yeah, I guess we do.
Don't want to discredit others. I'm just saying.
Sorry, Sinister. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to set it up as a nice little thing of like, oh, if somebody else is doing really good stuff, I would want to know. I would always like to know who's doing stuff the best. But for my money, right now, Roger Deakins is up there still, and the acting is all really good too. Ryan Gosling is wonderfully cast. Ana de Armas is great. She plays a very multi-layered, simple archetype, and just really breathes life into it. All like the little side characters are, even the ones that are really just one-off scenes or something, still feel like really fleshed out and lived in, character-wise, and then the actors just really all are perfect for them. Dave Bautista did a great job, and setting it all up in the beginning, and everybody just did a great job from there on out. lady who plays Madam is fantastic. I know she's on, or was on, House of Cards, and did a great job on that. So it's no surprise she knocked this one out of the park too. Harrison Ford, I think, is the closest one I will. He does a good job. I don't want to say he phones it in, but that's a good. It does feel like sometimes it's, he's a little shaky, but we'll just put it to age, and I think he's still turning in a good performance. Definitely better than I think some of his other later stuff. Any negatives? I think just some little plot points, the lack of security, a lot of like the Wallace Corp based stuff and LAPD stuff is kind of still a problem that was in, it was Tyrell and the LAPD in the first one. Second one, it's the Wallace Corporation and LAPD. And I think they did a good enough job where if you watch it once, you're not going to really pick up on them that much, but upon future reviewings, it's going to be a little bit more glaring. And I think we did mention a few steps that they could have taken that would have helped it out a little bit, but hindsight is 2020. All that going in together with everything else we talked about, I think I'm going to bump the original. I have it at an 8. I'm going to bump it down to a 7 and have this at an 8.
Oh, interesting. That's changing in a rating for it. Nice.
Yes.
I did that for decades, so no worries.
Yeah, I realized that I had that as an 8, and I'm like, I think I overall enjoyed this one more, like, as an overall film than the first one definitely has a lot of nostalgia.
Yeah.
And so to kind of cater to that a little bit less.
That's a fair,
Yeah. But that's it.
Yeah, that was it.
2049.
Yeah. Shall I read us out, gentlemen, or do you have any final
Please.
thoughts?
I think that's all I got.
Alrighty then. Well, thank you, audience, for listening, whether you be Spotify, Anchor, Amazon, Castbox, Google Podcasts, Pocket Cast, and Samsung. And if you're on our YouTube side of things, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. And as always, I'm screwing up the end here. And as always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Spranks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Goodbye.
Toodaloo.